Chapter 25. Alex came awake and was immediately on his feet. "Joshua?" Amy had been leaning over him and bathing the blood from his face. When he said their son's name, she also shot to her feet and grabbed his arm. "What is it? What's happened?" In the house there was an unholy noise that it took Alex a few seconds to identify. The huge dog, Tor, was howling as if it had been severely wounded. He tried to blank out the sound and concentrate as he faced Amy. "Where's Josh? Right now, where is he?" Alex stared off into the distance and reached out for more sensations, but there was nothing but blankness and emptiness. "Their plane is due to land in Cairo." Amy quickly glanced at her watch. "Any time now." "No, he's not on that plane," Alex whispered. "What?" Amy's eyes went wide, and her fingers dug into his arm. Alex crushed his eyes shut and pushed aside his consciousness, trying to reach out and find some trace of his son. But nothing came back. It was odd, as usually, no matter where he and Joshua were in the world, they could find each other, sleeping or awake. But not now. "I can't see him." "If he's not on the plane, where is he? Where did he go?" Amy's voice was high with tension. "I know he went to the airport. I dropped him there." That was right, Alex thought. But oh no. His friend, Armina Saeed, the daughter of the senator, Mahdi Saeed. She was accompanying her father to Yemen. Alex turned. He wouldn't dare. Amy gritted her teeth. "Of course he would. If there's one thing he inherited from you, it was a foolish desire for risk-taking." She pushed her dark hair back. "Where are they now?" Alex spun on his heel and raced to the computer. He signed in to the secure HAWC database and entered the section on aircraft flight paths. From there, he had access to every flight that lifted off, its flight time, destination, and even current point-in-time global location. He quickly found that a Felix Airways flight to Sana'a in Yemen had taken off from the same airport from which Joshua was supposed to have departed to Egypt. Alex felt a sense of rising trepidation. Amy was right. You bet Joshua would have found a way to sneak on board. Everything was a game and an adventure when you were 12. He then followed the flight path toward its current location. The line on the map traced toward Yemen, but then suddenly ended in a red flashing dot. He clicked on it, and the words "unplanned incident" appeared. Alex felt like his blood was freezing in his veins as he searched for more data, but the next screen told him there was no further flight path data. The plane had gone no further. He rose shakily to his feet, his eyes almost bulging. "It's gone down." Amy wailed. "No, no, please, no." Alex turned and hugged her. He might not be... He couldn't bring himself to say the word. If anyone could survive, it'd be Josh. "Go get him." Amy pushed him back from her. "Get a team and go there, today, right now." "I'm the only HAWC not currently deployed. It'll take hours to call others in and prep them." Alex thought for a moment. If he called Jack Hammerson, his boss, he would want to help, but he'd also want to organize a team, and although the colonel could act fast, that would still cost him many valuable hours. Amy looked at him, her gaze dead level. Go find him, Alex. Get our son back. He hugged Amy close to him and then kissed her forehead. If he's there, I'll find him, no matter what, no matter where. He headed for the door, grabbed the handle, and then turned back to her. Give me 3 hours, then tell Jack. He smiled. I love you. Find him. Amy's face was already streaming tears. Do not stop. Do not rest. Do not let anything stand in your way until you do. Bring our son home. She clasped her hands together as if praying. I love you too. Her face was so ripped by fear that he felt a surge run through him. Without even knowing it, he crushed the round metal doorknob in his fist. He nodded to her, not trusting himself to speak right then, and headed out the door. Alex drove like a madman to the underground bunker buried beneath the main U.S. Stratcom building. It was these subterranean layers that housed everything from their biological research, containment, and specialized surgery, as well as what the HAWCs called the toy box, the weapons development level. He went through the secured gate, and on arrival leaped from the car and left it where it was. He saluted the 2 guards, and in seconds was heading down in the fortified elevator. The doors slid open, and as expected he saw that his descent had alerted the head of research, Dr. Andrew Quatermain. The thin, bespectacled, and young-looking man's eyes were wide when the lift doors opened, and Alex stepped out. Captain Hunter, I wasn't expecting you, at all. His lips pressed together for a moment. This visit isn't on our schedule, is it? No, this is personal, Alex said. Something critical just came up. He had no time for explanations, challenges, or authorization paperwork, but he knew he couldn't do everything alone. Alex put his hand on Quatermain's shoulder. I need your help. The scientist immediately brightened. Yes, sure, of course. What can I do for you? My son has gone missing in the Middle East. He was on a plane that's gone down. I've arranged to be on a high-speed jet to get there, but it can't land. Do you understand? Quatermain's knitted brows smoothed, and he began to nod. Yes, I do. You'll need to leave the plane at altitude and land under your own power. He lifted his chin. How high? High enough to avoid most ground detection and weapons systems, possibly 35,000 to 40,000 feet. And it'll be at significant velocity. I'll bet. Quatermain smiled. And it'll be cold, freezing, plus way too high for a chute. He scratched his chin and then looked up. One last question. Which part of the Middle East? Yemen, Alex replied. Quatermain whistled. A war zone. He lifted a hand and began to count things off on his fingers. You'll need a pressurized suit with significant armor. For Yemen, I suggest desert battle armor. And for the arrival, I think an EAM. Are you familiar with the ejectable aerial mobility kit? I am. Alex knew them well. The angel wings, perfect. Angel indeed, Quatermain scoffed. The scientist then went and typed instructions into a console. He entered Alex's profile so the suit kit returned would be a perfect fit for the 6'2", heavily muscled soldier. Quatermain included some standard weaponry before turning back to Alex. I assume you haven't had time to draw together a team. Alex shook his head. You'll need backup. I don't have time for that, Alex began. At least a single team member watching your six. Quatermain waited. My six? Alex lifted an eyebrow. Yeah, your back. Quatermain grinned sheepishly. See, I can speak the lingo. Alex half smiled, knowing the young scientist just wanted to be part of the gang. Sure, I get it, but what I really need is to be there now. Quatermain held up a finger. Wait. He raced to a wall, withdrew a keyboard from a slot, and began to furiously enter commands. Another door opened, and a large, solid suitcase rolled out on a moving ramp. Alex recognized it, and his eyebrows shot up. Is that a defensive operational ground vehicle? Yep. Quatermain nodded. And upgraded. Okay. Alex nodded. I've changed my mind about that backup. Knew you would. Quatermain continued to type instructions. Alex had worked with one of the Defensive Operational Ground Vehicles, or DOGs, before. But that had been years ago in Chechnya, and back then it had just been a series of armored boxes linked together, with a machine gun at one end, and enough software to make it responsive to the HAWCs. Now he was looking forward to seeing what improvements the tech guys had made to the combat support units. Quatermain crossed to it and pressed a button near the handle. A small stick like a thumb drive ejected from it. He lifted it to his lips and spoke a long string of numbers. Lights came on over the case. He handed the small item to Alex. You know what to do? Alex smiled and lifted the stick to his mouth. Captain Alex Hunter. Captain Alex Hunter, came the mechanized reply from the solid box case. And then, orders, terrain, lethality? Alex's eyes were dead level as he stared straight ahead. Orders are, guard, protect, defend. Independent action when required. Desert terrain. Maximum lethality, full combat mode. His orders were repeated, and then, Alex Hunter voice imprinted, command structure acknowledged, orders received and awaiting initiation. The box's lights went out. Alex turned to the scientist. Thank you. He stuck out one large hand, and Quatermain shook it. The scientist shrugged. Any time, sir. But, Captain Hunter, you know I can't lie to the Colonel when he asks about this. He turned away to rummage on his shelves for a moment. He'd tear my ears off. Alex nodded. I know. Tell him. I want them to follow me. I just can't wait for them now. Good. Quatermain finished his search and turned back. He was holding two gauntlets which he handed to Alex. They're compatible with the suit, offense and defense, and have enough capability to do what you need to do. It'll allow the team to find and communicate with you when they arrive. Also, you'll be able to track the downed craft's black box. Alex took the armored sleeves, which were covered in electronics. Heavier. Hey, these are Omni gauntlets. I thought they were still in testing. They are. You're my first field of fire test. If they explode and take your arms off, I'll mark it down as a fail. Quatermain grinned. Joking, I hope. He then stood back and gave Alex an awkward salute. Godspeed and good hunting, sir. Alex returned the salute, grabbed the cases, and headed for the secure elevator. Chapter 26. Today, Russian Ministry of Defense, Kamovniki District, Moscow. Major Nicholas Belikov sat at his desk, reviewing the latest field information. His large body made the metal chair squeal in distress beneath his bulk. He read the short paragraph again. Another village had been emptied, this time in Belarus, following similar events there in 1984 and 2002. And for all he knew, many more times, stretching back before their records had even begun. He carefully added the information into his database, his big, blunt fingers delicately tapping the keys. He then ran an extrapolation on a computer program he had created that plotted all the vanishings across Europe, both east and west. He was aware of the basic details of those in the west, but he was more focused on the ones closer to home, the ones he might be able to get to. The pattern was always the same. The pyramid or pyramids would arrive, or appear. Then within a few days the locals would begin to be taken. Usually, but not always, it was the young men who disappeared first, possibly preferred due to their size or strength. He remembered the abomination he had seen in the Caucasus all those years ago, so he could guess what they were being taken for. Belikov quickly shut down that train of thought, as his father had been taken during that mission, and the suspicion of what that meant made him feel physically ill and ferociously angry. The Russian sat back as the new data was uploaded into the plot point analysis, and while the program did its work, he couldn't help but let his mind wander again. It had been 20 years since he had walked out of the Caucasus alone. He had waited by the trucks for 2 days for his father, Yuri Chernov, or anyone else from his team to come out, but no one ever did. There had only been the strange Englishman who had stolen the nightmarish body, his only hard evidence. Young Belikov had alerted his superiors, but by the time they got there, listened with disbelief to his story, then trekked up into the mountains, it was all over. His father was gone, Tanya Kolsov was gone, and every single person in the squad was gone. There was nothing left, and no clues except a lot of tracks, bare hand and footprints, and all human. But Belikov knew that just because they were human did not mean they were normal. Of course, no one believed him. He couldn't even show them the thing in the shed that the villagers had caught, because it was gone. Even the villagers became mute and refused to speak. But their eyes told the then young Belikov that they were scared. To this day he could find no record of any military or police operation to extract the strange sample. Someone had it somewhere, and he doubted it was the Americans. His thoughts returned to this Englishman, Saunders. Was he the same secret financier of the initial trip in the Caucasus that had managed to claim their prize? Belikov knew that next time he needed to be smarter. The rescue teams had combed the mountaintops and valleys for weeks after the strange events without finding anything. Eventually they gave up. But not Belikov. He would never give up. Not while there was breath in his body. Belikov exhaled and sat back. It had taken him years collecting evidence, and his superiors now appreciated the threat, and now he had his own team of highly trained specialists, and he now knew that the Americans seemed to be on the same trail. The Russian rubbed his stubbled jaw. Maybe he could work with them. After all, they both faced the same foe. He wondered what clues they had uncovered or samples they possessed. He would love to have combined information, but politics meant that could never happen, at least via formal channels. His computer pinged, breaking his reverie, as it finished updating the plot points. He was now able to predict where the pyramid would arrive next and when. Every 18 years the visitors returned and became active, as if they had their favorite hunting ground and only waited for it to restock before coming back to harvest the new growth. Borneo had been the test. He had guessed the next disappearance event would be there, but his timing had been off by either days or hours, and he had missed it. But after using the new data, his computer had given him a new data point. It was out of his jurisdiction, but maybe he would have a chance to avenge his father after all. Belikov stood and pulled his phone from his pocket. "Bruchov, assemble the team. We leave in 1 hour for Yemen." Chapter 27. On his way down the corridor, Jack Hammerson was stopped by an aide, who saluted, then handed him a small tech pellet. Hammerson quickly plugged it into his reader. It was the report on the anonymous helicopter seen leaving the scene in Australia. They had tracked it to an airpad in Australia's far north, and then the passengers, 6 of them, had all boarded a private flight to Hong Kong. There they had refueled before the surveillance satellite had continued to track the plane to the United Kingdom. On landing there, the passengers were picked up in 2 dark-colored Range Rovers and ferried to the same destination, a huge property in Covington, Cambridgeshire, called the Saunders Estate. There was supplementary analysis of the estate's owner, Bradley Philip Saunders, a retired tech billionaire who had a hand in several activist organizations, which the idle rich often funded to stroke their own vanity or wash their moral consciences. "Why do you have a private army, Mr. Saunders, interfering in foreign countries?" Hammerson's eyes narrowed. "What are you up to?" He'd soon find out. Minutes later, Hammerson shot to his feet and slammed both fists down on the desktop. "What do you mean Joshua isn't on the plane?" His eyes near bulged as he yelled into the phone. "You had one job, soldier!" Hammerson then paced as he listened to Clara Muller report over the speaker. She explained in a professional and clear account that she hadn't let Joshua Hunter out of her sight for a second. But somehow the boy had switched places with another kid. Hammerson grunted. He could imagine how Joshua had somehow deceived the hawk who was sent to look over him. He probably made her think he was there when he was already miles away. The kid could do that. Hammerson knew Clara was an experienced hawk. It was he who had underestimated the boy. He dialed it back a notch. "So where is he?" he asked. "He didn't leave the airport, so we assume he took another flight," Clara replied. The colonel shut his eyes for a moment. "Do you have any idea what Alex Hunter will do when—" His eyes shot open. "Oh, shit. The plane that went down in Yemen with the senator on board. Please tell me Joshua wasn't on that one." "Not that we know of. But we now know his friend was on it," she replied. "Then so was Joshua. That's why he gave us the slip, because he knew we were watching him." Hammerson tilted his head back and exhaled. "Damn shit show. Hold the line." He picked up another phone and speed-dialed Alex's house. Amy answered on the first ring. He began. "Amy, I don't want you to worry, but—" She cut across him. Joshua was on the flight that crashed in Yemen. Hammerson almost staggered. His head dropped. He didn't need to know how she knew. "Does Alex—" "He's already on his way there," she snapped back. Hammerson nodded. "Yeah, of course he is." "If he's alive, Alex will find him." She exhaled, sounding exhausted. "You were supposed to be watching him." "Amy, you know what sort of kid he is. He's different. If he didn't want to be seen, he wouldn't be seen. He eluded one of my best people, made her think he was somewhere else, someone else." While he was speaking, Hammerson began to plan ahead. He knew Yemen was a freaking kill box right now. "When did Alex leave?" "He's probably already halfway there by now. I suggest you get after him with support. You know what it's like in there." She drew a breath. "If anything has happened to Joshua, I don't know what Alex will do, what he will become. He's only just rebuilding himself." Her voice became soft. "I could lose them both." "I understand. A team will be in the air within the hour," Hammerson replied. "Find them, Jack. Bring them both home, please." She hung up before he could say another word. Hammerson exhaled as he slowly put the phone down. He had a million things to do, and he needed to be sharp. But then something else intruded on his thinking. Yemen and its potential to be the next abduction site. Hammerson accessed the computer program that held all the information on the strange global events linked to the abomination that had come ashore in Miami. He opened the report on the hotspots where the disappearance events appeared to recur, and found where Dr. Linley and his team had been able to provide even more accuracy about the destination's locations. He opened the Yemen link and saw the drill down. It was to a place far out in the desert called the Well of Barhut. Hammerson sat down and used the powerful military universal search engine, or MUSE, to break into the flight plan of the Felix Air flight that had gone down, seeking its last known position. When he saw it, he groaned, long and loud. The plane had crashed on the edge of the desert, just a few dozen miles from the anomaly site. "Yeah, why not? What else could go wrong?" he muttered. Colonel Jack Hammerson sat for a few seconds as his mind worked to draw some positives from the fiasco. This might turn out to be an opportunity to kill two birds with one stone, he concluded. He then picked up the phone where his hawk, Clara Muller, was still standing by. "Listen up, new orders. Get to Yemen now. Find out about the downed plane. Joshua was on it. I'll have a team join you." He hung up and began the hawk call-up. He needed a small team, but the best, and people that Alex had worked with. If Joshua was involved, then volatile emotions would make for a combustible mix. He needed people Alex knew and trusted. Colonel Jack Hammerson finalized his plan, and in a few more minutes his rescue team had been called up, and the armory was awaiting their arrival. He paused. There was one more thing they needed. He couldn't send his team in without all the intel they had. He didn't expect them to try to absorb the enormous amount of data they had collected and assimilated, and they didn't have time anyway. So Plan B was to send the guy who'd collated it. Hammerson picked up the phone and dialed the secure U.S. Stratcom laboratory. "Alfred," he half smiled. "Remember how you told me you'd like the opportunity to see one of those weird pyramids and their owners in person." His smile broke into a grin. "Get to the armory like 5 minutes ago, and be prepared to be on a chopper in half an hour." Incident 5. I, bringer of death and destruction. Chapter 28. Alex got to his feet in the back of the Rockwell B-1 Lancer, a supersonic variable sweep wing heavy bomber, sometimes called the Bone. In the huge bay area in the rear of the aircraft, Alex paced like a caged lion, impatience boiling within him. The Bone had a top speed of Mach 2.2 at high altitude, and the capability of flying for long distances at Mach 0.85 at very low altitudes. It could reach full capability heights of 70,000 feet, and was a technological marvel capable of carrying more than 2 school buses worth of ordnance faster than the speed of sound. Plus it was near invisible, occupying less than 1% of the space on an enemy's radar compared to the B-52 Stratofortress. Today the Bone was just on a flex run over the Middle East, designed to test out adversary capability, and unbeknown to the senior officers back at base, Alex Hunter had pulled strings and called in markers to be able to tag along. Alex had kitted up in the Bay Area and checked the gauntlets that Quartermain had provided. Their small screens told him that all offensive and defensive capabilities were online and fully charged, and he spent several minutes going through the list. There was everything he needed, and more. He opened the tracking screen feed, and it showed him the location of the downed Felix Airways plane. They were still hundreds of miles from the black box's ping, but it was as close as the pilot could get without performing an obvious deviation and drawing unwarranted scrutiny. It'd be up to Alex to do the rest. 5 minutes, the pilot intoned. Gonna bring us down to 35,000 feet and ease back on the gas. Still gonna beat the crap out of you and be one cold day in hell out there, sir. That's all I need. Appreciate it. I owe you one, Bill. Alex slid the visor down over his face. See you when I get back. Hope so. The pilot was unable to mask his skepticism. The clay-colored suit Alex wore was insulated and heavily armored, but still light enough to not restrict his movement. He knew it'd be cold, in fact lethal at around -74 degrees at 35,000 feet. He'd be moving fast in the thin atmosphere, so any damage he sustained should only be for a short duration. He would have to rely on his boosted metabolism to repair him before he hit the ground. He opened the first case and shrugged on the heavy flight pack, securing it tightly across his chest, stomach, and shoulders. He switched it on and found the device fully operational. Just as well, as without it he wasn't getting to ground. Alex's final task was lifting the dark, heavy suitcase. DOG, his guardian. He smiled. Just you and me, buddy. Go time, the pilot said, and the bomb doors whined open. Alex quickly gripped the inside cargo bay wall as a maelstrom of freezing air blasted in at him. This wasn't a jump craft, and so there was no rear platform to leap from. There was just a long, oblong hole in the floor, and even with the Rockwell Lancers slowing, the wind speed rushing past outside was around 700 miles per hour. His first task was to exit the craft without being smashed to pieces along the undercarriage. And not just him. Alex lifted the heavy, dark box. "Dog!" "Online," came the response. "Find me on landing." "Find Captain Alex Hunter on landing. Acknowledged," the box replied. Alex then threw the box out through the open bomb doors with all the strength he could muster, and it vanished into the ink-black night air. The pilot came online again. "Putting her in a slow dive on 5, 4, 3, 2, go!" Alex flexed his thighs and then sprang forward head first as the pilot used the motion of the forward aircraft dive to try to give him a little extra wind shadow room from the undercarriage. It worked. Alex was out of the doors and half a mile behind the plane before he knew what was happening. The cold instantly bit right through his suit, and he tried to ignore it as he pushed his body into an arrow shape. The thin air meant there was little resistance, and he was immediately traveling at just over 300 miles per hour. At that height and velocity, he was covering hundreds of miles every few thousand feet he dropped. At night, and without illumination or landmarks below him, everything was just black on black. But the digital readout on the inside visor of his helmet told him he was heading in the right direction, right toward the plane's black box. At 25,000 feet, he felt his fingers and toes begin to freeze up. He flexed them, and the agony shot up through his arms and legs. He couldn't allow his hands to become immobile, not now, not when he'd soon need them. At 10,000 feet, the air was becoming thicker, and he slowed to around 200 miles per hour. It was also warmer, so his extremities thawed. They throbbed mercilessly, but he knew they'd fully repair soon enough. He was getting lower, but was still hundreds of miles from his destination, and there was no way he wanted to trek across miles of desert. He couldn't afford the time or energy. At 5,000 feet, he decided it was time. He reached up to the panel on the harness on his chest, pulling down a lever. Wings deployed on either side of his shoulders, the angel wings of the EAM kit Quartermain had given him. Alex went into a glide. Then he pressed a recessed button on the panel, and the air intakes at the front sucked in the rushing air and expelled it as superfast compressed jets from the rear of the suit. Alex was blasted forward, but now, rather than gravity being in control, he was. He quickly accelerated back to 300 miles per hour and came in fast toward the position where his locator was telling him the plane had gone down. The reason he liked the angel wings was that there was no fuel burn. They were near silent, and to anyone watching from below he was invisible. In minutes, he began to be able to make out the shapes of hills, claypan flats, and dunes in the starlight. He was now only a few hundred feet above ground, but still traveling at close to 300 miles per hour. He needed to slow, and the simplest way to do that was to swivel in the air, then reduce exhaust flow. With the air jets reducing their blast, he gradually descended. lower still. Then he cut off all power and dropped the last 10 feet to the ground to land on his feet. The soft whine of the engines died away, and there was silence around him. Alex turned slowly and reached out with his senses. He heard nothing, and only sensed the tiny heartbeats of small animals, perhaps a desert rat or a snake, within 100 feet of him. He quickly shucked off the EAM kit and let it fall to the ground. He then reached into a slot on his belt for a hockey puck-sized dark object and swiveled the top half. A ring of tiny lights came on around the rim, and each started to blink off. Alex then tossed the melt disc onto the EAM, where it stuck. He watched as the lights counted down to 0, and then the object initiated. After a few seconds, the EAM glowed, softened, turned to sludge, and then melted and sank into the sand. Alex checked his gauntlet. The black box was just half a mile away now, over a range of small hills. He set off immediately. Approximately 55 miles to the south of Alex, there was an impact crater in the sand dune. At the top edge, the grains of sand began to tremble, then collapse inwards as something at the bottom of the crater began to move. A few seconds later, there came an eruption from the crater's depths, as something dark, smooth, and metallic, with 4 legs, exploded from the earth. It quickly accelerated to close to 80 miles an hour, kicking up sand behind it as it moved in a blur. Its one and only priority now was to join its designated mission leader, Alex Hunter. Its instructions were already locked in. Guard, protect, defend, maximum lethality, full combat mode. Nothing would slow or deter it. Chapter 29. Alex crested the hill of sand and sun-blasted rock to finally catch sight of the plane wreckage in the distance. It was in a slight depression between several hills, sitting in the center of a huge impact crater. He crouched to watch as sporadic gunfire rang out. There was a group around the wreckage, trading fire with another group spread out on a rise. He concentrated and saw that those on the hill had the mustard-colored desert camouflage systems of the Yemeni government, which meant the group at the wreck were probably Houthis. He knew that the Houthis were a band of lawless terrorists and opportunists, and would scavenge, murder, ransom, and kill their way to what they wanted. Also, he had no doubt that it was they who had brought the plane down, and were now picking over its carcass for what tidbits they could salvage. He had heard from others in the field that they would even pull the gold wedding bands from the fingers of severed hands. They lived by the law of the jungle, and that was all. Alex sensed that Joshua wasn't in the wreckage. Or was that just because he couldn't sense if there was a living Joshua in the wreckage? The fear of what that might mean made his head swim momentarily. He needed to get down there, and the Houthis were in the way. He stood and jogged to the rear of the Yemeni forces. As he approached, bullets flew from the Houthis and went overhead past him, and spattered into the sand all around him. The Yemeni government forces probably had similar aim, and he guessed that unless one side retreated or surrendered, the gunfight could go on for days. or until the government forces or Houthis brought in heavy weapons and destroyed everything. When he neared them, one of the government fighters in the rear of a truck turned to see him. Even though Alex had his visor up and off his face, the man immediately swung his rifle around to fire several rounds. As damned luck would have it, Alex was probably the first person he'd managed to hit in his entire life. 2 of his rounds hit Alex dead center in the chest. The impacts were painful, but the armored suit took the hits with little damage, and only caused Alex to falter a step from the projectile's velocity. He held his hand up. "American! American! Don't shoot!" Unfortunately, the bullet impacts activated the self-defense protocol of the suit, and the visor came down automatically over his face, and the more muscular combat armor slid into place. The man's eyes filled with panic as he witnessed the bulking up of the robotic form and lifted his gun again. This time Alex accelerated. Moving so fast the man couldn't track him. Alex leaped up onto the back of the truck and easily ripped the gun from the man's grip. The terrified soldier held his hands in front of his face as the huge being dressed in the clay-colored armor with the helmet's featureless, full-face shield towered over him. With the threat disarmed, Alex was able to retract the face shield. "I'm American, a friend." Alex only knew a few words in Arabic, but at least one of them was friend. "Sadiq! Sadiq!" The man lowered his hands, but his eyes were still fearful. "English?" Alex asked. The man shook his head, but kept his eyes on Alex as he half-turned to yell. "Capitan Hadid!" Alex followed where he was looking, and saw a senior soldier raise his head and stare at them for a moment. Alex waved to the senior soldier, handed the man back his gun, and jumped down from the truck. As he approached, this time, half a dozen of the soldiers turned to train their weapons on him. The Yemeni captain narrowed his eyes. They stared at Alex, sizing him up. But then their eyes were drawn to something over his shoulder. Alex half-turned and saw that an object was coming at them at a blistering speed, kicking up sand in a rooster tail behind it. Only seconds later it arrived and took up a defensive position in front of Alex. The soldier's eyes went wide. On detecting the weapons pointed at its ward, Dog immediately went into attack mode, deploying its heavy armor shielding, as well as preparing several weapons. Alex saw the barrels emerging under what he thought of as its chin. Alex noticed that some of them were more than just for bullets, and were undoubtedly field lasers. It was the first time Alex had seen the new model Combat Guardian fully operational. This one was smoother than the one he'd worked with in the past, and the joins had more flexibility to allow more fluid movement, making it look even more like a real animal, if anything. Maybe that was what the designers had intended, to instill a greater degree of familiarity and bonding between soldier and their personal guardian. Dog began to advance, and Alex knew it had probably already calculated a defensive and offensive plan that would kill every man with a weapon in the next few seconds. If one more soldier fired, they'd all be dead. "Dog, halt! Desist!" Alex said. The metallic war device ceased advancing, but didn't retract its weapons. "Who are you?" Captain Hadid asked in English. Captain Alex Hunter, American, HAWC Special Forces. Alex glanced at the plane wreckage, where sporadic gunfire was still being traded. The downed plane had our citizens on board. I need to examine it. Hadid ignored the request and pointed. What is that thing? Alex briefly glanced at Dog. My bodyguard. Pfft! Americans. Unbelievable. Hadid shook his head and then turned. The Houthis are dug in around the crash site. Our orders are to secure the plane, but as yet we can't even get close. Alex stood. I can. There's too many of them, and we can't use grenades or rockets, as any survivors and the aircraft will suffer further damage. Hadid also stood, but stayed behind a truck. We've requested reinforcements, but they'll be a while. Alex half smiled. Give me 5 minutes. 5 minutes? Hadid scoffed. This will be interesting. We'll give you cover. The last thing Alex wanted was a lot of undertrained bad shots flying past him as he went in. No, hold your fire. The best thing you can do is try to stop any of the Houthi soldiers from getting away. He looked back down at the plane. He couldn't see exactly how many of the rebel fighters there were, but guessed there must have been at least a dozen and probably more. Also, the debris from the plane was spread over 200 feet, so there were lots of places for concealment. Await my signal. Hadid nodded, and Alex faced Dog. Almost like a real animal, it seemed to look up at him, awaiting its instructions. Right flank. Meet deadly force with deadly force. Execute. Alex watched as Dog sped away, and then he initiated the full-face visor in his helmet. The hawk then sprinted out to the left flank, both he and the robotic animal moving at a speed that was beyond the comprehension of the Yemeni government soldiers watching, and undoubtedly the Houthi forces who now spotted them and tried to hit them. Bullets flew past him, and in his peripheral vision he saw the four-legged Dog round the plane wreckage on the other side. Alex couldn't help but grin at what they'd make of the thing coming at them, just before it killed them. Alex rounded the collapsed nose section of the aircraft and came face to face with several of the Houthi warriors who were waiting for him. There were 6 of them, and they were ready, 3 down on one knee with guns to their shoulders, and 3 upright behind them, like a disorganized firing squad. They had the clarity of thought to begin firing, and Alex knew there was no way to avoid all the rounds, so he just headed into the storm of lead and relied on his momentum, the suit's armor plating, and his own rapid healing metabolism to repair any damage. Most of the men had AK-47s, as they were cheap, reliable, and fired a 7.62 by 39mm cartridge with a muzzle velocity of 2,350 feet per second. The bullets were heavy and fast, and at the speed he was traveling most of the rounds missed him, but many didn't, and each hit felt like being punched with an iron fist. Alex knew he could take it, but the continual impact slowed him and knocked him off balance. Then he saw another man down on one knee, with an anti-tank RPG tight at his shoulder, and his eye down over the targeting system. In another blink, the guy fired. Shit, Alex thought. The small, high-impact fragmentation grenade exited fast, and in just a few dozen feet had already accelerated to 600 miles per hour. Alex could move fast, but not that fast. He was off balance, but had time for one thing. He engaged his wrist gauntlet defense system, and a circular 3-foot shield made of super-hardened tungsten composite flared open. Alex planted his legs and held it up. The RPG impacted and exploded, and as Alex hoped, all the flying debris, percussive force, and heat was thrown out to the sides. However, the massive explosive impact still blew him back 10 feet and made his ears scream like sirens. But even before the flames had died down and the sound had fallen away, he had retracted the shield and was accelerating forward once more. Many of the Houthi warriors just stood there, with mouths gaping in disbelief that the huge, clay-colored being had just come through an explosion unharmed. But by the time they commenced firing again, Alex's mass combined with his velocity meant he was already in among them, and when he struck it was like a bowling ball hitting the pins. Bones broke like kindling, muscles were ripped, and heads caved in. 2 of the men were flung 20 feet into the air. When Alex slowed and reassessed his situation for a split second, he saw he'd been wrong. There were at least 20 fighters, all armed, and several had shoulder-mounted RPGs. Plus, these were not out-of-date anti-tank devices, but the Iranian weapons with Nadar rounds with depleted uranium tips. Shield or no shield, suit or no suit, they'd blow him to pieces. One was already sighting on him, and he knew he'd never get to the man in time to stop him. Alex dived toward a pile of plain debris, rolled, and when he came up, he had scooped up a sheet of metal debris 2 feet wide. Employing his entire shoulder strength, he flung it like a discus. His aim was good, and it struck home, and from the nose up, the top of the man's head separated from his chin. Although dead, the standing man's finger reflexively tightened on the trigger. But without a brain or eyes, the aim of the RPG that flew at Alex was off, and it rocketed right past him to explode out in the desert with a massive orange bloom. Alex saw Dog engaging with his adversaries on the left flank. Several warriors fired, but the metallic hound, with computer-assisted targeting, put a round between each of their eyes, and its armor plating was more than a match for even the heavy machine guns they had employed. Unfortunately, there was another RPG, and this guy got his rocket away. Alex marveled at the Dog's defenses. As soon as it detected the small missile, its head and legs retracted in a blink, leaving little more than a smooth armored box. The grenade hit, detonated, and blew Dog 50 feet out into the sand dunes. But as soon as it hit the ground, Dog's legs and head reappeared, and like a motorbike kicking up dirt, it came back at the rocket firer far faster than he could get out of the way. Perhaps the RPG had caused it to reassess the threat potential and so upgrade its response, because the emitted light beam that shot out and went across the man's chest from one side to the other, followed by a puff of smoke from the singed material and flesh, felled him instantly. The man's top half fell sideways to the left, and the bottom half collapsed backwards. On the ground, the man's eyes were wide and his mouth worked, and Alex bet he was asking what just happened. On seeing this, it seemed the remaining Houthis had had enough, and began sprinting away from the pair of demons who had attacked them. Unfortunately for the fleeing men, the Yemeni troops finally proved useful, picking off most of the running men once they were out in the open and easy targets. Many of the fleeing Houthis didn't get further than 20 feet, with only 1 or 2 vanishing over the rise. Alex knew some would escape, but it didn't matter. The fight was over. Dog raced up to Alex and stopped in front of him. He looked down. "Good boy," he said without thinking, then laughed. Alex smiled down at the smooth metal face. "Well, I think you're a good boy, and I'd give you a treat, but—" He was sure the lights in the creature's eyes glowed a little brighter with the compliment. "I'm going mad, aren't I?" Dog didn't respond. "I'll take that as a yes." Alex chuckled and waved a hand to the government forces who came down from the hill and surrounded the plane. The results of their investigation filled Alex with hope. It only took them minutes to ascertain that there were far fewer passenger bodies in the wreckage than there should have been. And then they found the tracks leading off into the desert. Alex went down on one knee to examine them, and saw the familiar tread of Joshua's cross-trainer shoes, his favorites. He was walking beside another pair of smaller shoes. It seemed Armina, the senator's daughter, had survived as well. He put his hand flat on Joshua's footprint and closed his eyes. After another moment, he breathed a sigh of relief, as he could sense his son was unhurt. He then opened his eyes and looked at the ground around the crash site. He didn't see any stretcher drag marks, so, assuming there were no injured to care for, and the survivors had come to a decision quickly, he guessed they would have been on the move for at least 8 hours. Big head start, but they'd be moving slowly. Alex stood and looked back at the section of the fuselage that was intact, while the front and rear were totally obliterated. He bet somehow Joshua shielded and saved them in that section of cabin space. He checked the gauntlet and called up a map of the region. It showed the closest towns and villages. There were several. He called Hadid over and showed the man the map. "These tracks are heading east. If you were them, what would be your plan?" Captain Hadid nodded. "They need to escape, get home. Best to do this from an airport." He glanced at the map again. "The closest is Al-Mukalla, but it is too far to walk, so I would try and get to the coast. Maybe buy or steal a boat there." "Makes sense," Alex replied. Hadid then grimaced. "Lots of Houthis, though. This is their territory. Your countrymen have embarked on a very dangerous journey." Alex pointed at the small tracks. "They've got kids with them. They have no choice." Alex looked out over the desert. Hadid pointed at the hard-packed earth. "I also see that some Houthi fighters went after them. A small band, maybe just 10, but enough to give them trouble." "I expected that," Alex replied. "There's one more thing," Hadid said. "That area—" He bobbed his head. "Very bad. Everyone avoids it." "I don't care." Alex turned. "If they've gone there, I'm going there." "Do you expect us to follow?" Hadid asked. "I could use the support and advice. This is your land. But you have to do what you think is right. Alex looked at the captain. I have no choice. My son is with them. Your son? Hadid sighed. I too have a son. He looked out to the desert clay pan, then back to Alex. There is an old Arabic saying, if you see the tracks of a wolf, better carry a stick. Hadid's mouth was turned down. And today I see the tracks of a wolf. Alex nodded and smiled. I see them too. Then I will be your stick. I will take 20 men and accompany you. Let us see if we can bring back these children of America. He called to select his men, and left a trusted lieutenant, Zabu Wardu, in charge of the wreck until reinforcements arrived. They were ready in short order. I'll be out front. Alex turned to the metal creature beside him. Dog, let's go. He began to run, fast, the metallic animal by his side. Chapter 30. Abu Benghazi, the local Houthi commander, had received a communication from the small village of Ayuri to inform him there was just one survivor from his squad that had been dispatched to search the plane wreck. He frowned as he remembered the garbled message. The men had been set upon by government forces, although that should have been nothing to be concerned about. But then the messenger had referred to a strange warrior that had appeared, accompanied by a metal demon. Together they had killed everyone in seconds. It didn't make sense. Ghazi didn't believe the story, nor did he believe this survivor. He thought it more likely the man had deserted and ran for his life. How could he know his brothers had been wiped out if he wasn't there to witness it? He'd deal with the coward later. For now, Ghazi knew he needed to reassert his dominance. He used the radio to call up most of the fighters and heavy weaponry he had in the area, and deployed it all to the crash site. He needed to be seen as the strong horse, and therefore the Yemeni government forces needed to be reminded exactly who was the stallion and who was the donkey. In another hour, he had 200 men, rockets, and heavy artillery heading toward the downed airplane. Chapter 31. 6 hours after the crash, somewhere in the open desert, Al-Mara province, Yemen. Joshua's head still throbbed mercilessly after the plane crash and from overexerting himself to protect the cabin. At least his nose had stopped bleeding, which was a good thing, seeing as how it had been draining him of precious fluid they didn't have in the oven-hot desert. He squinted into the scorching sunlight as he watched the men argue. "So we're lost!" Senator Mahdi Said, Armina's father, seethed at their predicament. Josh looked around. The ground felt hot even through his shoes, and it was dusty and dry, a yellow ochre color that now stained the legs of his pants to the knee. Even the air seemed yellow, as well as Armina's hair. Already it hurt to swallow. They still had water bottles, but there was probably only enough water for another day or so, if they used it sparingly. "Compass isn't working and the GPS is out." The man who replied was a big guy named Brock, the head of the Secret Service contingent sent to protect the senator. With him were 5 other team members, who all looked formidable but disheveled after the crash. There were others who had survived, thanks to Joshua. Two of the senator's administrative assistants, Ela and Vince, plus an older couple who were on their way to Israel, named Moshe and Dalila. And that was it. 12 survivors altogether. Everyone else had been outside of Joshua's protective bubble and had been lost. He didn't want to think that if he had been just a little bit stronger, maybe he could have saved them all. It was no wonder that no one asked who he was other than his name, or wondered how he'd even got on the plane. There were much bigger issues now. They were low on food and water, and they were lost somewhere in the Houthi-controlled Yemeni desert. People would be after them, and most likely it'd be the people who shot down the plane. Even Josh knew that captured Americans either got ransomed or beheaded. That was bad, very bad. But right now what gave him a leaden feeling in his stomach was wondering what would happen when his mom and dad found out. We had just entered Yemeni airspace when we were hit. That means we're probably still in the Al-Mara province. Brock looked up at the sun and then pointed. If we keep heading east, we can make it to one of the coastal villages. The senator sighed. The villages are all Houthi-controlled. The district is Houthi-controlled. Basically, the entire country in these parts, except for the cities, is Houthi-controlled. We won't be staying, Brock replied calmly. At the coast, we beg, steal, or borrow a boat and head down the coast to Al-Mukalla. It's government-controlled and they have an airport. Hundreds of miles, Saeed complained. We have no choice. We can do it or die trying, Brock replied. Think of the alternatives. There are no alternatives. If we surrender to these people, we will be dead, most of us. The senator sighed and looked to Armina standing beside Joshua. My daughter! Brock nodded. All the more reason to persist. We don't want her captured by the Houthis. Mahdi Saeed stared at his daughter for a moment more, as his mind worked. Joshua could see the realization of what capture would mean for Armina and the other women dawn on his face. I'm sorry, you're right. We continue day and night. We never give up. Brock nodded. We rest during the heat of the day and travel by night when it's cool. If we can do 20 miles a night, we can be there in 5 days. He faced the group. But right now, we need to get moving and put some distance between us and the crash site. He turned to face the desert, and Joshua followed his gaze east. There seemed an endless land of hard-packed clay and ridged outcrops of darker stone that had been scoured by the heat and dryness for thousands of years. And it'd be like that for miles and miles. They'd need to cross it all before they got to the coast. The senator called the group together and stood before them as they fell silent. We need to cross the desert. It'll be an arduous trip, but we have to assume we're being followed by the very people who fired the missile, he said, looking at each of them. We cannot let them catch up to us. The group mumbled their agreement. The older man, Moshe, raised a hand. How did we survive? He asked. The plane was totally destroyed except for our cabin area. Perhaps God wasn't ready to take us yet, Moshe's wife, Dalila, replied. If whichever God you prayed to granted us this miracle, Then let us also pray that he protects us for a little longer, Said replied. The older woman looked to be in her 60s and had a cut over one eye, but she smiled warmly and nodded. Mosh returned her smile and patted her hand. He then turned to the senator. "We're ready." Joshua looked back the way they had come. Brock was right. Their assailants were coming after them. He could sense it. He then looked to the claypan desert before them and frowned as he concentrated. It was weird. For the first time in his life, he couldn't make out what was ahead. It was as if there was an oily curtain of confusion shrouding everything. The entire area just felt bad. It must be the heat, he told himself. "Is everyone ready?" Brock asked. A few nods or silence. Brock nodded. "Then let's go." Armina glanced at her father and then turned back to Joshua. "I'm betting that right now you wished you had gone to Egypt instead." She smiled. He laughed softly. "Are you kidding? I wouldn't miss this for the world." He turned away. He felt good being with her. But the sense of something bad up ahead made his senses scream a warning. He knew he'd cop hell from his father, but right now he really wished he was here. Chapter 32. Right now, just on 10,000 feet overhead and invisible to the naked eye, 3 human beings bulleted toward the earth. The largest of them was holding tight to his body something that looked like a flat coffin. The 3 HAWCs communications systems were still being blocked from tracking down Alex or getting him to respond. But they could lock in on the high-strength transponder call of the aircraft's black box, which still pinged as strongly as ever. Sam Reed knew the crash site was as good a place as any to start, as that's where Alex would be, or at least would have been. Whatever happened, they could pick up his tracks from there. They were initially going to take a pass over the site and then corkscrew down, but Sam saw the flowering orange blooms of war way down below. He had to adjust his dive as he carried the portable life pod that contained Alfred Linley, their science advisor. The man didn't have the experience to jump from high altitude or operate a winged suit, so he was just along for the ride this time. "All right in there, Doc?" Sam asked. "No problem in here. I'm just hoping for a smooth landing. Anything interesting I should know about?" Linley asked. "Just a war going on below us," Sam replied with a grin. "I have complete confidence that you will avoid it, Lieutenant. Now, if you don't mind, I'll get back to saying a few prayers," Linley said, but there was a smile in his voice. Sam chuckled. He liked the guy, and focused again on the explosions far below them. From the percussive size of the blasts, he could tell there was some significant ordnance below. "Looking red-hot down there," Casey said. "We're coming down fast, and we do not want to land in the middle of it." "We won't." Sam used his helmet's vision amplification on the war zone. He picked up the Yemeni government army colors, plus the desert garb and some uniforms of the Houthi rebels. And it seemed the rebels had the numbers, a lot more numbers, and all the big guns. "Initiate EAMs and we'll come down a few miles to the west," Sam said. He deployed the suit's wings and they extended from his back, out from each side of his shoulders. Casey and Clara did the same, and immediately the trio went into a glide. The HAWCs then started the boosters, and the air intake sucked in the rushing air and expelled it as super-fast compressed jets. They were then blasted forward and accelerated over the landscape and away from the conflict. The HAWCs came down a couple of miles west of the fighting, executing spins in the air and using the thrusters to rapidly decelerate on touchdown. The wings folded back into their suits, and Sam eased the large pod to the ground and entered the code to open it. He then lifted his gauntlet to try his comms system. "Damn it, still getting interference," he said. The pod door slid back, and Alfred Linley sat up, blinked, and looked around. "Nice landing, thank you." "Don't thank us yet, Doc," Clara replied. "We're in a hot war zone." Linley looked at the huge setting sun, still throwing its blast furnace heat down on them. "Got that right." He stood and stepped out of the pod. He, too, was dressed in the HAWC armor. Sam dragged the pod to the group and dropped his EAM into it. Clara and Casey threw theirs on top of it, making a pile. Clara pulled a thermal disc, just like Alex had used, and dropped it on the top. It counted down, and then melted their suits and pod into the sand. Casey checked her other instrumentation. "All green on sensors, weapons systems, and comms. Tech is all online and A-OK." Clara held up her gauntlet and read data from the small screen. "Black box is loud and strong." She pointed east. "That way, 3 clicks." "Come on in," Sam said, and the 3 HAWCs and scientists went into a huddle. "We need to get to that site, evaluate the situation, and pick up Alex or Joshua's trail, ASAP," Sam said. "Except there look to be around 200 people in there blowing each other's brains out," Clara replied. "I'm betting it's the Yemeni government up against the Houthi rebels," Casey said. "You won that bet. We need to find out what the government guys know, and right now they're outgunned and outnumbered about 4 or 5 to 1. Sam straightened. "Why don't we even the odds a little?" "That's what I'm here for." Casey grinned. "No use going on a little overseas holiday if you can't enjoy yourself." "We use the element of surprise, hit 'em hard. Unfortunately, we won't have time to announce ourselves to the Yemeni guys, so we might end up taking heat from both sides." Sam turned to the battlefield. "Time to go to work. Double time. And Doc, you gotta keep up." "Don't worry about me." Linley expertly deployed the visor over his face. Sam began to run, with Clara and Casey at each of his shoulders keeping pace, and Linley right on their tail. In 30 minutes the sun had just set, and the 3 HAWCs and scientists came to a rocky hill close to the crash site, beyond which they could hear the sounds of a battle raging. They belly-crawled to the top and looked over the ridge. It was like every other war zone they had seen in their lives. People killing, people dying, explosions, fire, screaming, chaos, and fear. If hell had a tune, this would be it. As smoke drifted across the field, Sam saw that the Yemeni forces had been pushed back onto a few rocky slopes and into disorganized groups, and were under siege by a huge number of rebels. They were dug in, but they wouldn't last long. We need to pick up Alex's trail from the downed plane site and interrogate the government forces, but we can't do that while they're getting the hell bombed out of them, he said. The Yemeni guys will fall in the next few hours, Casey said. From what I know about Houthis, it'll be a massacre. It's a killing field. We can't get them out, Clara observed. Too much heat with the big guns. Then we take those big guns out, Sam replied. Casey, 11 o'clock. The HM-41 howitzer is all yours. Got it. She stared hard at the piece of equipment, assessing its pattern and time of loading and firing. Clara, there's a rocket truck at 3 o'clock. That's yours. Sam then turned to the center of the field, where there were 3 big guns working together. And I'll take out that nest of heavy field guns. He turned to the scientist. Stay here. You have one job. Don't get captured, shot, or blown up. Linley smiled and slapped the metallic holster at his hip. I'm a trained shooter. Don't worry about me, Lieutenant Reed. Casey chuckled. Yeah, Doc. Hitting bullseyes is good practice, and even better when they don't shoot back. She winked. But I like your spunk. Sam saw the Houthi rebel forces gathering in preparation to advance. Time's up. Go to war mode. The 3 Hawks set their armor for heavy combat mode. Extra shielding came down over their faces and torsos, raised knobs lifted over their knuckles, and even an additional red lens came down over their eyes. The suits were also hydraulically assisted, which meant they boosted the wearer's speed, agility, and strength. Sam didn't even need that, as his internal mech infrastructure already made him a human tank. And with Clara and Casey's already honed physiques, they were a formidable fighting force. On my 3, 2, 1, Sam exploded forward. 3 high-speed human missiles came over the hill and then broke apart, each having their allotted targets in their sights. Sam saw his first target. The truck turned sideways, and on its rear the cannon, a huge Haidar 41, a 122mm self-propelled artillery system. Iranian, of course, the Houthis' major sponsors. The mobile field cannon was designed for high accuracy and fast loading, and right now he saw the next shell being slid in on its rail. They'd be ready to fire in the next few seconds. Just 50 feet out, Sam accelerated and counted down his steps to arrival. The gun was recalibrated, and then the Arabic word for fire was screamed. At that point, Sam only had time to do one thing. He dropped his armored shoulder and slammed into the side of the truck just as it fired. The projectile was launched just as the side of the truck was lifted 2 feet up from the ground, so the shell missed its target and detonated out in the desert. Before the Houthis could work out what had happened, Sam leaped up onto the back of the truck. The rebels went from confusion to shock as they saw the giant in a strange suit appear on the weapon's firing platform. Sam rushed the 2 men at the loading station and backhanded one, causing his body to fly from the truck, cartwheeling in the air. The other he chest-punched with his armored gloves and felt the ribs crack beneath his blow. He had to move quickly, as there were other armaments to disable. The last thing he did was use his enormous strength to batter at the firing mechanism, bending the steel and crushing the loading chamber. Nothing would be loaded or fired from that gun ever again. Sam then paused to turn and watch as the other two Hawks arrived at their designated targets. Clara's objective was a smaller artillery system named Siraj, again Iranian. It was a 35mm cannon with a radar and advanced optical system. It was obvious that these desert fighters were being supported with a lot of money and tech, as each of these weapons cost tens of millions of dollars. Clara smashed headfirst into the cannon team, knocking them down, and then she took over the trailer bay and spun the weapon around. She loaded a shell, targeted another heavy weapon among the small army, and fired, blowing their own weapons to pieces. Use their own tech against them. Nice touch, Sam thought. He then turned back to see Casey Franks leap up onto the back of another truck that contained a mounted Gatling gun. She didn't have to deal with the operator, for as soon as she appeared, he leaped from his seat, jumped down to the desert, and ran for his life. Casey followed Clara's lead and turned the heavy gun on the Houthi troops, firstly raking a line of 50 cal gunners up on the ridge, and then ripping into a phalanx of RPG launchers. The result was exactly as Sam hoped: chaos and confusion. Some of the Houthis fled, others turned to combat their new adversaries, and many just dropped, either dead or injured from the Hawk onslaught. A line of bullets raced up and across Sam's huge back, and each felt like a horse kick. The armor absorbed or deflected their impact, but they still hurt like a bitch, and reminded him he'd been in the same place for too long. Time to get moving. The huge Hawk leaped down into the melee and did his best to add to the chaos. He ran fast, smashing into soldiers, disarming others, and bending weapons' barrels. Only once did he have to deploy his gauntlet shield, as a grenade was thrown his way. Casey and Clara did the same, and in the next 10 minutes they had left all the artillery vehicles and heavy weaponry in ruins, and melted back into the cover of the night's darkness. The sounds of battle had been replaced by soldiers screaming in pain and confusion, looking for an attacking army, or yelling about demons among them. Most had had enough and were on the run. Sam spoke into his comms system. "Pull back to the ridge." And 5 minutes later he joined Clara and Casey, and the trio gazed down at the results of their attack. Fires burned, equipment lay destroyed on the battlefield, and bodies lay everywhere. Further out, the last Houthis were retreating over the ridge, while the government forces could only stare silently in disbelief. "Good night's work," Casey grinned. "It's not over yet," Sam replied. "I want you to watch them for a little longer to make sure they don't regroup and double back. I'm going to take a trip over to meet with the Yemeni government forces and let them know we're the good guys." He turned to focus in on the downed plane. "Then we can see what they know about the wreckage, Alex and Joshua." Sam approached the dug-in position of the Yemeni government forces. They had their heads down, but every gun they possessed was pointed at the massive clay-colored being closing in on them. He stopped at the base of the slope, noticing that he and the other Hawks had arrived just in time, as the hillside was cratered by shell blasts, and there were many dead government men strewn on the rocky slope, who hadn't managed to make it to adequate shelter. "Friends!" Sam yelled, and held his hands up as he walked closer. "It's over." A single soldier stood, but all their rifles remained trained on Sam. "Are you with the one called Hunter?" "Yes, I'm his friend, and I'm looking for him," Sam said, and stared up at the man. He let his eyes travel over the other soldiers, there weren't many, and slowly let his hands drop. The soldier then said something to his men, and the guns were lowered. He turned back to Sam. "I am Lieutenant Wardu. Thank you. We could not have held out much longer." "Permission to bring my team in, Lieutenant," Sam requested. "Yes, permission granted." Wardu came down the slope. Sam called Clara, Casey, and Linley in, and they retracted their helmet visors as they came across the bomb-cratered clay pan. "That is all?" Wardu asked. "Where are the rest?" "That's it," Sam said. "Such fighting and firepower." The man nodded. "We need to acquire this technology for our soldiers." Many of the soldiers came down to walk around Sam. He was 6'5", but in the suit with the heavy armor, boots, and helmet, he was more than a head taller than their largest man. The soldiers touched Sam's desert camouflage armor, rapping on the hard plates, and closely examining the scratches and burn marks where he had taken hits. Casey and Clara joined him, and the two women in their suits also stood 6 feet tall. "They're women!" one of the men exclaimed. He came closer with a leery grin on his face and went to touch the chest of Casey's suit. Casey grabbed his hand, squeezed, and twisted. The man screamed and went to his knees. "Haven't met many American women, huh?" She tugged his hand higher as the man wailed and clutched his twisted elbow joint. "At ease, Franks," Sam said. Casey put her boot on the man's shoulder and pushed him. He fell back, holding his strained arm and shoulder. The other soldiers laughed, but avoided Casey and Clara from then on. "Tell me about Alex Hunter," Sam asked the lieutenant. "He was like you. He fought like a demon. He took on all the HAWCs by himself." Lieutenant Wardu seemed to think. "No, not by himself. He had a metal animal with him." "He had a sentry dog," Clara replied. "Seems quartermen kitted him out." "Good," Sam said. "Yes, it looked a little like a dog. An iron soldier dog." Wardu nodded. "There were survivors from the plane crash. Americans. He found their tracks and then followed them. My captain, Captain Hadid, took some of our troops and went with him as support." "That means Joshua must be alive. Thank God." Casey exhaled. "Which way did they go?" she asked. Lieutenant Wardu turned to point. "They headed into the Forbidden Desert." "Forbidden Desert?" Casey chuckled. "Yeah, sounds about right." Sam turned to Linley and the pair of HAWCs. "Saddle up, folks. We have a destination." Chapter 33. Colonel Jack Hammerson checked the satellite images from over Yemen one more time, and saw that they were still grainy and indistinct, but only in one area ranging about 20 miles in diameter. And no surprises, it was the area all his HAWCs had headed into. Someone or something down there was either interfering with the signal or creating a disturbance bubble over the lower atmosphere. In addition, the comms were down. He had confidence that his HAWCs would find Alex, but he hated being in the dark. He tried a satellite with a different view aspect, but that 20-mile area remained fried, no matter which way he looked at it. He had one last option. He opened an older system named the Global Plotting Network, which used thousands of hidden relay spikes around the planet that bounced a web of signals across states and countries. It was able to link to the HAWCs' unique comms system and give an update of their position. It was rarely used now that they had so many high-quality satellites, but when they didn't work, it was time to go old school. Hammerson brought the system online and then focused it on the Middle East. He then coordinated the relay spikes and used those embedded in Yemen. Sure enough, he found Sam, Casey, and Clara, and then, about 20 miles further west, he saw Alex. "Here we go." He sat forward. He could also use the enormously powerful ground-level system to send data squirts. The message would be super compressed and sent directly to his HAWCs comms devices. It could be sent and received through 2 feet of solid lead, so he knew it would arrive. But the odds of that happening were greatly improved if he knew exactly where his HAWCs were. And now he did. Hammerson knew he had no chance of telling Alex to pull back. Until Joshua was found, the HAWC would be like a guided missile that would never stop. But if he couldn't stop him, he could at least protect his people in the field by trying to get his best asset to wait while HAWC reinforcements came to assist him on his mission. "Here goes nothing." Hammerson wrote the brief message, encrypted and compressed it, then sent it. The GPN blinked for a moment, as, hopefully, the message was delivered. Hammerson poured himself 2 fingers of bourbon and lifted the amber fluid in front of his face. He spoke to the glass. "Time for my dogs of war to become a pack." Chapter 34. Alex held up a hand, and Captain Ali Hadid stopped. Alex read the message that came in on his comms system. Sam, Casey, and Clara had arrived in the field. They were making their way to him, but he needed to wait for them, as they had critical intel. Hammerson finished with, "That is an order." Alex bared his teeth and sharply exhaled. A damn order. When it came to his son, he only had one order: find him. But he trusted Jack Hammerson and knew he owed his superior officer everything. The guy had resurrected him and saved his life too many times to count. He was Alex's mentor, and in some ways even a guiding father figure. Alex turned back to the desert. He conceded he needed his fellow HAWCs. Everything was easier when they were a team. "What is the matter?" Hadid asked. "I've been ordered to wait for my fellow soldiers to arrive, but time is against us." He shook his head. "I don't know if I can." "Is this a good order from a good leader?" the Yemeni government captain asked. Alex exhaled. "I trust the officer delivering it." "Will you be stronger with this team with you?" Hadid lifted his chin. Alex nodded once. "Then you must wait." Hadid placed a hand on Alex's shoulder. But we do not have to. We will continue, and if we find the survivors, we will keep them safe for you. When you meet up with your soldiers, you can catch up." He grinned. "I have seen the speed you and your little metal friend can conjure, and it should not be a problem." He glanced down at the metallic dog, who seemed to look up with tilted head. Alex began to nod and smile in return. "Yeah, we can catch up." He shook the man's hand. "Thank you." Holding the Yemeni soldier's hand, he detected something. Subterfuge, evasion, or at least something hidden. Alex released the man's hand and stepped back. It didn't matter, he guessed. After all, the entire region held secrets, and it was no surprise the people in it did as well. "I'll try and link back up with you by morning," Alex said. "Godspeed, Captain Hunter." The man saluted. Alex turned back the way they had come, and began to jog back to meet his team. The canine battle droid trotted beside him. Chapter 35. 6 hours later, Captain Ali Hadid of the Yemeni National Armed Forces stood at the edge of the Forbidden Zone, cradling his rifle. His men waited in the trucks, 20 of them in a convoy of 7 vehicles, light utility vehicles, trucks, and an armored SUV with rooftop 50 cal weapon. All awaited Hadid's next instruction. Some of the men were seasoned fighters, but some were raw recruits who, if not watched, would rip off their uniforms and flee as soon as the first bullets flew. But this was the material he had to work with, and he would do his job. Besides, he had shot deserters before, and after you shot the first few, the others thought twice about running. Captain Hadid had another reason to forge on, a personal and lucrative one, and one he hadn't shared with the American soldier. An Englishman by the name of Saunders had hired him to seek answers about something out in the Forbidden Zone, and he had just needed an opportunity to break away from the main force to explore it. Normally, Hadid would have had sport with such adventurers, or taken their money and ignored them. But as a sign of his intent, this Saunders had deposited $10,000 in a Swiss account for him, with the promise of $40,000 more when he reported what he found, and a $50,000 nest egg would set him up in a nice business, Hadid thought. And what if he found something worth 10 times more? He had the feeling this rich Englishman would pay. Hadid smiled. He had worked hard all his life and had little to show for it. Finally, he believed he was going to get what he deserved. The captain turned slowly. The night desert was dark and silent. There was no breeze, and all he heard was the soft murmuring of some of his men and the tick of cooling truck engines. They were now right on the boundary of the Forbidden Zone, and the land that stretched before him was much like all the unforgiving desert they had been crossing. He inhaled the cool, dry air, and it was a relief from the day's singeing heat inside his nostrils. He could still smell the sun-blasted rocks and the scorched-to-dust landscape. Not a single blade of grass or drop of water, at least above ground. But Hadid knew there were water sources if you knew where to look. The one risk to him was the Houthi fighters, who were undoubtedly out there somewhere, and he bet if they were going to be camped anywhere, it would be close to water. He looked down. The plane crash survivors' tracks continued. But oddly, he now noticed there was a change in the color of the soil as they moved into the forbidden zone. It was darker on the side he stood on now, but it changed to a lighter, more arid and finer dust on the other side, as if the earth had been further dried or cooked. Which was strange, as the sun, wind, and air were the same on both sides of the boundary. So what was different? Maybe it was just the supposed curse on the blighted land. He'd soon find out. He climbed back into the lead vehicle. "Forward!" They headed in, and the cool night breeze in his face was pleasant and unchanging with each mile they traveled. After 3 hours, he turned his collar up against the cold and sipped from a canteen, grimacing at the slimy and brackish taste of the water after the day's heat. He reached up to feel his jaw. He had a gold cap on a back molar, and it ached as though someone was continually tugging at it. It took several more hours before they arrived at what they believed was the dead center of the zone. The plane crash survivors' tracks still drew them on, but so far he had seen no sign of them, no smoke from fires or dust clouds signifying moving people or vehicles. By now, the only thing really driving him forward was the payoff he would receive from the Englishman. "Halt!" Hadid began to get a disquieting feeling in his stomach. He stood in his seat and switched on the powerful rooftop lamp, swiveling it slowly over the desolate landscape. He doubted there could be Houthi fighters camped out there, as without vehicles, even seasoned desert warriors would struggle to cross this accursed place. But for some reason he felt there was something out there. Beside him, a few of the other vehicles deployed their own searchlights, moving their powerful beams over the land that was devoid of life. Strange, he thought. The only thing he expected to find was the rapidly drying bodies of the American plane crash survivors. He squinted down at the ground. Though the hard-packed, arid surface didn't show many marks, he could still make out the tracks of the survivors pressing on. How were they doing it? He wondered. It was Jibril in the covered truck beside him, who began to slowly drive forward without authorization. "Halt!" Hadid shouted to the man. He frowned when Private Jibril ignored him. The private was staring straight ahead, as if in a trance, hands clenching the steering wheel, his lips pulled back, showing grimacing teeth. And not only did the young soldier ignore the order, but he began to pick up speed. Hadid contemplated having his tires shot out, but in the deep desert, trucks were the difference between life and death. He needed the truck more than Jibril. If they got close, he'd prefer to shoot the man than the vehicle. Hadid looked down at his driver. "Get after that fool!" he shouted. His driver did as ordered, and the entire convoy followed his lead, accelerating forward in pursuit of Jibril and his truck. Thoughts of the man deserting, blind enthusiasm, or even heat stroke came to Hadid's mind. If Jibril was trying to defect and hand over the vehicle and its munitions to the enemy, he would be shot dead on the spot. If he had heat stroke, he may still be shot just for angering him. The oddity was, none of the 5 men crammed in the back of Jibril's truck seemed to try to stop him. Were they all in on it? Hadid wondered. A sudden thought stabbed at him. Was Jibril also being paid by the Englishman? Maybe this Saunders was hedging his bets, and Jibril wanted to be first to bring him answers. Not a chance, Hadid thought. Jibril continued to drive at top speed, and Hadid knew they'd never overtake him. But as they came over the hill, he saw the man's destination, a massive hole in the ground, as large as a Sana'a city block. Hadid remembered the stories now. This must be the Well of Barhut, also known as the Well of Hell, where demons supposedly lived, and the insane man was driving straight for it. A tingle of fear shot through the captain when he recalled that this was the reason the entire area was forbidden. With a shouted command, Hadid stopped the convoy. But the tingle remained, and now not only did his teeth ache, but his entire body throbbed with pain, and his heart beat like he had just climbed the steepest of hills. He quickly sent a message to Mr. Saunders's private satellite link about their progress, what he was observing, and their coordinates, so he could take credit for any find. He then lifted his head to watch as Jibril and his truck kept driving toward the massive dark orifice in the ground, as though he couldn't see it. "What is wrong with that idiot?" Hadid seethed. But then the man and his truck arrived at the rim of the well, and rather than stop or even slow, he simply drove over the edge and vanished. Hadid's mouth dropped open. There was no sound. It was as if the truck and its occupants had simply ceased to exist. "Madness," Hadid whispered. The driver next to him turned, and Hadid faced the man and saw that his eyes were red-rimmed, and he was squinting as if he was in pain, perhaps the same pain Hadid was enduring. Hadid's phone pinged with a message from the Englishman, and he quickly read it. "Investigate further. Tell me what you see." Hadid scoffed. He'd had enough of this accursed place. There was no sign of any Houthi fighters or water, but the tracks of the plane survivors also headed straight for the dark void. But where were they? Had they suffered the same fate as Jibril, he wondered. Something was very wrong here. Sometimes curses were real. He swallowed noisily, his throat dry. As far as he was concerned, his job was over. Or if this English pig wanted him to go further, then he would need to pay double. Just as Hadid was about to give the order to turn around, his truck moved forward a few feet. "Hold your position," Hadid frowned. "I didn't," the driver objected. The truck moved again. Hadid looked out over the side, and this time he noticed that the tires didn't turn, and there was a sliding rather than a driving sensation. He stared hard at the wheels and saw the skid marks in the earth's dust-like surface. Were they on a slope? He wondered. He continued to stare so hard his eyes burned, and sure enough the truck slid again, 2 inches, then a foot, then another 3. Hadid had had enough. "Turn around!" As soon as his driver put his hands on the wheel, the SUV slid, and slid faster. And not just their own vehicle. Beside him, the other trucks and group transports were all sliding or rolling forward. One of the men threw his truck into reverse and jammed his foot on the accelerator. But all this did was spray dust and grit out in front of the vehicle, which only managed to fractionally slow its forward skid. Inexorably, they were being dragged toward the edge of the accursed well, and Hadid wasn't going to sit here and wait to suffer the same fate as Jibril. "Abandon vehicles!" He jumped out. Big mistake. As soon as his feet hit the hard-packed claypan, he began to slide. The other men who had followed his lead faced the same predicament, and now, free from the significant weight of the trucks, their lighter bodies were no match for whatever strange mechanism was drawing them toward the massive sinkhole. Hadid fell to his belly and saw up close that the dirt was riven with scratches, as though people had raked at it with their fingernails. Forbidden zone or not, there should be HAWCs here. Is this what had happened to them? Or was it the Americans who had been scrabbling in the dirt for their lives? It only took 4 more minutes for the first of the men to go over the edge into the well, screaming as he went. Then the other men followed, one by one, and the trucks, and finally Hadid dug clawed hands into the well's rim, when his boots lost traction and dangled over nothing but dark air. He fell into the void, and looking back up he saw the massive hole as a circle above him, getting smaller and smaller as he dropped away from the starlight. Then came darkness, cold, but strangely no impact. Was he still falling? The pain in his head was now agony. Then everything went black. Captain Ali Hadid blinked a few times, and then opened his eyes wide. He had expected to be killed instantly from the fall, but his next thought, that perhaps he was in heaven, faltered when he saw he was floating upside down just above the ground. Beside him, Jibril and many of the men hung like they were driftwood in water, or maybe flies caught in a web. He saw that, insanely, he was trapped just a half-dozen feet above the floor of the cave, but nothing was holding him. He swung his arms and moved his legs, but there was nothing to hold on to or push off from, so he just remained in the same place. Hadid looked down his body and saw that high above them the massive well-mouth was just a tiny halo of starlight, and the rest of the cavern was mostly lost in darkness. But it wasn't silent, as there was the gentle hum and thump of machines somewhere in the distance. "Maybe I am not in heaven, but hell," he wondered. Hey, Jibril, wake up!" Hadid hissed. His soldier slowly opened his eyes. He looked dazed, almost drugged. But then he started to panic and swing his arms when he found he was suspended in the air. "What is this?" he screamed. "Silence!" Hadid warned. A look of fear ripped across Jibril's face, and Hadid could tell it was his will alone stopping the man from shrieking in mindless panic. The other men were now beginning to stir. Hadid knew they needed to free themselves from whatever or whoever was holding them here. Perhaps it was some sort of American or Russian technology that was making them float. Maybe some sort of secret experiment they had stumbled upon. "Someone is coming," Jibril squeaked. Hadid tried to swivel in the air, but found it near impossible. The direction in which he had been hung was the only way he could face. But he could see Jibril's expression contort in terror, as he was first to see who or what it was that approached. Then Hadid saw them. The tall beings that moved among the floating men were nearly 8 feet tall, skinny, and their heads too high up to see clearly. One took hold of Hadid's ankle, and he saw that the arm and hand that held him had 3 long fingers that looked like old, gnarled wood. But nightmarishly, there were scales upon the digits that ended in sharp, hooked talons. Almost languidly, the creatures took hold of the other soldiers like they were plucking fruit from trees, and guided them along a path, and then in through a doorway. Immediately their surroundings changed from a cave to some sort of smooth corridor. They stopped from time to time, and some of the men were carried into one room or another before the procession continued. Hadid's men called to him, begged him, their captain, to help them. But he could only crush his eyes shut and turn away, as he was as helpless as they were. But at the door of one of the rooms, Hadid had a chance to glimpse inside, and he felt his blood freeze. There were bodies there, piled up like cordwood, and the ones facing him were naked. Hadid's gorge rose when he saw that all their eyes had been removed. But not removed far, because on a long table were long lines of human eyes, with their retinal cords and optical nerves still attached. Some were bound together, creating clusters like bunches of grapes. The creatures were obviously experimenting or using them for some dark purpose he could never hope to understand, and would never want to. Transfixed, Hadid couldn't be sure if it was just the moving shadows in the gloom, or if those plucked eyes swiveled to stare at him. The Yemeni captain whimpered as they moved on. His remaining men moaned and cried, and just in front of him, Jibril's bladder voided and splashed down his body to the floor. A calm resolve came over Hadid then. He used all his strength to reach for his pistol. If he could shoot one of the beings, they may scatter and give him enough time to get down from whatever bonds held him aloft. It took him several minutes to slowly work his hand along his body to reach and carefully pull his revolver free. But try as he might, he could not aim it out at the things. In the next minute he was maneuvered away again, and he and Jibril were directed into their own room. The pair were floated inside, where 2 more of the creatures waited for them. He knew then he had been right. They were in hell. This room had bodies slumped against a wall, but the tops of their heads had been removed and stacked next to them like eggshells. On a table, a line of human brains was awaiting some foul use, and with mad eyes, Hadid saw that there were cords pressed into them. As he watched, one of the brains pulsated and shivered, as if a current had run through the attachment. Hadid realized they were keeping the brains alive for some reason, and he wondered if, inside those gray-pink mounds, the minds of the men cried out in useless bondage, without the ability to do anything but submit to whatever fate the monsters had in store for them. "Help me," Jibril whimpered. "I cannot," Hadid replied in trembling voice, and strained against his invisible bonds. He then used all his remaining strength to slowly turn the revolver. His teeth were gritted, and perspiration streamed down his face. He knew now that saving anyone was impossible. All Hadid could do was turn the gun around and point it straight up along his body toward his own chin. I'm sorry, he whispered. He pulled the trigger. Incident 6. All hail the new king! Chapter 36. Al-Olaya Hotel Penthouse, Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Bradley Philip Saunders read the message from his contact in Yemen, then read it again. Captain Ali Hadid had found yet more activity at the well of Barhut. It was becoming active again, and, as he suspected, it was ground zero in this region. This was looking very promising, he thought. He tried calling the man directly to draw more details, but oddly, the bounce-back message told him the link had been severed. After several more attempts, he gave up. Saunders sat back with steepled fingers under his chin and thought through what that meant. Perhaps the rebels had intercepted them and his team had been wiped out. Plausible, he thought. Also plausible was that the interference bubble had got stronger the closer he got to the well, and so Hadid was now whited out. But in the corner of his mind there was a whisper that Hadid and his men had been collected by the visitors, and right now he was suffering the same fate as all the others from over the countless millennia. He chuckled softly. It would serve the greedy fool right, as he had been specifically told not to get too close. And if he had, well, it was no great loss to the human race. But if any of the above were true, it told Saunders one important thing, and that was that he had truly located a real-time event site. And importantly, after all this time, they were here when he was ready for them. Saunders smiled. The one thing he was confident of was that he believed he was prepared. But if he was going to make contact with the creatures and be the ambassador for Earth, he needed to be there, in person, and that meant he needed to pull all the threads together that he had been organizing for years. All the decades of planning came down to this one chance. He smiled, and then began to laugh softly. Were these the same beings that had contacted the Alonians over 7,000 years ago? The scroll he had deciphered told how they had made Akhmezda the ruler of his entire kingdom, and bestowed gifts of technology on him that were far advanced for his civilization. Would they do the same for him, he wondered. Saunders tingled with the possibilities, and then lunged forward to pick up the hotel phone. First things first, he needed his team in there to secure the site. Then he would follow. He also knew that there was a chance he might have to go to the visitor's world, so he and his team needed to be properly attired. The dissection analysis on the creature he had brought home from the Caucasus decades ago had shown him that these things were engineered to breathe gases that were extremely toxic to human beings. Plus, their muscular skeletal framework had suggested a form powerful enough to counter a much higher gravity, and skin that had been blasted by significant heat radiation. He had tried to develop self-contained vehicles and suits, although the technology was beyond him. But it wasn't for others. If I have seen further, it is by standing on the shoulders of giants. He smiled, and then began to whistle a soft tune as he quickly put his plans in motion. In just minutes, He had organized a helicopter, had contacted his security team, and had them en route to Yemen. The last call was to his secret contact inside the American U.S. Stratcom facility, who was to arrange some critical gear for him. Saunders closed his eyes and gave free rein to the visions of himself in some sort of ceremonial robe, introducing the visitors to the UN and the British Queen, and maybe even the U.S. President. He lifted his head as his mind whirled. What if all this time he had been waiting for the world to change, when it was the world that was waiting for him to change it? After all, he'd always known he was destined to be more than just another rich and idle nobody. "King of the world," he whispered, and then giggled. After another moment he stood, grabbed a pre-packed bag, and headed for the private elevator. He had a few things to pick up, but still knew he could be at the well within 24 hours. This time he was ready, and this time he had timed it perfectly. Dr. Li Huang took the call from Bradley Saunders and felt his heart rate kick up a notch. The button had been pressed. It was happening. It was really happening. All the dreams, all the planning, had come down to this moment, right now. He knew that what he was about to do was extremely high risk, and if he was caught, he wouldn't need to worry about being fired. He'd be thrown into military prison for 10 years. He stood at his desk, mentally ticking off the things to be done. Timing was everything. He'd be found out for sure, because when he stole a couple of multi-million-dollar suits of hostile environment armor, he would have to enter his personal passcode and biometric print. But Huang didn't care. By the time they discovered the theft, he'd be far away, far, far away, maybe even in a different universe altogether. And by the time they returned, they could arrive as the new leaders, rulers of the world. He almost swooned at the thought. He checked his watch. The head of the Weapons Research Division, Dr. Quartermain, always took his afternoon coffee break at 3:30 p.m. sharp, and was gone for just 15 minutes. But that would be enough time for Huang to head down in the secure elevator and grab 2 EnviroSuit cases. They'd be heavy, but he only had to get them onto a trolley and to the elevator. On the helipad, someone with his level of clearance could sign out a chopper without any problems. And he didn't even need a pilot, as he was fully qualified. By the time anyone even noticed he was gone, he'd be out over the Atlantic. And then he just needed to leapfrog all the way to the Middle East to join Bradley Saunders, who had his connecting flight waiting for him. That military idiot, Jack Hammerson, couldn't be bothered trying to communicate with the visitors. That's because the military only had one strategy, which basically boiled down to, if a man had a hammer, then everything they saw was a nail. But not him, or Mr. Saunders. Huang checked his watch again. 10 minutes to go. He worked to calm his breathing. He could do this, and he would make history. Just 2 hours later, a flustered Dr. Andrew Quartermain called Jack Hammerson and informed him that 2 heavily armored EnviroSuits had been checked out by Dr. Li Huang, and the man was also missing. Plus, he had personally taken a long-range helicopter. After the call, Hammerson remembered the meeting he'd had with the scientist. He also recalled where the man's sympathies lay. Hammerson's eyes narrowed. "I know where you're going, you little creep." But why? What could he be planning, he wondered. Nothing good, he bet. Stealing 2 enviro suits and fleeing suggested Huang had an accomplice. But who was it? He reached for the phone and called through to Rick Jones in one of the many U.S. Stratcom tech centers. "Rick, it's Jack. I need a search right now." "What do you need?" Jones replied. "Phone records of Dr. Li Huang, personal and private. Who has he been talking to in the last week? I'll wait." Hammerson sat, staring straight ahead. It took Jones just 3 minutes to download the business and private call logs of the man. There were several to other technology departments, a few takeout joints, and then several overseas calls via his private line. "There's plenty to some place in the United Kingdom," Jones said. "Covington, Cambridgeshire. Mean anything to you?" "Yeah, a lot. Thanks, Rick. Owe you one." Hammerson rang off. "The Saunders estate," Hammerson scoffed. "That bastard. Guess there's someone else who had decided on aiding and abetting the creatures. Could they really be that crazy?" he wondered. Whatever Huang and Saunders had planned, Hammerson knew in his bones that somehow they were going to sell out the human race. He'd known megalomaniacs like this before, and it was always the same. Riches and power were an intoxicating drug to many people, and their vanity never allowed them to doubt their own nefarious motives or see the risks. He sat back and drummed his fingers on the desk for a moment. Hammerson's plan was for someone to go through that pyramid portal and ensure the monsters never came back. Had Huang somehow known that was on the cards? Jack Hammerson continued to stare off into the distance. What if Huang or Saunders did suspect it, and somehow managed to tell these creatures what was going to happen? And the monsters then changed their mode of operation and moved elsewhere, or used some sort of technology to make it harder or even impossible to find them. He stopped his drumming. He had no choice. He had to move it up and make the plan happen now. Jack Hammerson lunged for the phone and called Quatermain back. The young scientist picked up on the first ring. "Prepare 5 heavy enviro suits. I'll send down the profiles. One more thing. Prepare an MSB, Presidential Order 38175. Hammerson drew in a deep breath at the implications of what he was doing, as Quatermain acknowledged the highest-level authorization in the country. Hammerson's eyes were dead. "Have them all on a high-speed plane within 20 minutes. Stand by for details." Chapter 37. Alex crested the hill and looked back out over a night-dark landscape hard-baked by the relentless sun. Bursting from the sea of sand and gravel were dark ridges of rock like a school of massive, craggy leviathans breaching the surface. The land was ancient, lonely, and remorseless. His son was lost out there somewhere, and he felt a pain stick hard in his chest when he thought about him. He felt a wave of fury surge through him at the thought that someone or something might harm his son. But it was accompanied by a sense of powerlessness and guilt at leaving both Josh and Amy by themselves so much. Joshua probably only lied to him because he felt he couldn't be open with him. What if he lost his son forever? The dark thoughts gathered like storm clouds in his mind. What if he never had the chance to see him again, talk to him again? Alex dragged a forearm across watering eyes as he remembered throwing a ball, wrestling with him when he was a little boy, and letting him win. He even remembered the tiny things like teaching him how to drink from a soda bottle and not letting the backwash go back in. And if anything did happen to him, that would be it. Amy would blame him and never forgive him. She'd then also be gone. He would be nothing without them. He would have no purpose and would essentially cease to exist. Alex tilted his head back and screwed his eyes shut. "Please, let me find him. Please," he prayed. He kept his eyes closed for several seconds as he felt a dark pressure build in his chest. His jaws clamped tight, but he couldn't help himself and let out a roar of agony that rolled across the endless desert. Beside him, Dog pinged. Alex lowered his head and sucked in a few deep breaths to center himself. He turned back the way he had come. "Yeah, I can see him," he said. In the distance he saw 4 dust trails and knew exactly who 3 of them belonged to. He'd know soon enough who the 4th was. He sat down and the metallic sentry turned to stand guard over him by watching back out over the dry sea of desert behind him. He turned to stare at the canine robot for a moment. "I envy you," he said. "A simple existence. Fight, reset, fight again." He snorted softly. "Like me, I guess, except you don't have to carry the ghosts of the dead around with you." Dog turned its head, perhaps sensing Alex's inner turmoil, as he had been tuned to Alex's brainwave signature. Any change would be noted by the war machine. It took a step closer, and instinctively Alex put a hand on its head. "Don't worry, I'm okay. Sort of." Alex continued to stare at the metallic animal. "I served with another android before. She was called Sophia. Only problem was she thought she was human." He shrugged. "And maybe in her mind she was." Alex sighed. "Didn't work out too well, though." He nodded. "But she gave her life for us in the end, so I guess she did her job." He sighed and pulled out his water bottle, sipped and waited. In the desert, the heat of the sun leaked away quickly after it went down, to be replaced with a bone-numbing cold at night. It was a place of extremes, and though he was fine in his insulated suit, he just prayed Joshua had at least found shelter somewhere. It would be good to see his team. A single HAWC was the most lethal human being on the planet. But he knew HAWCs together were an unstoppable force, and what he was heading toward might just need that level of firepower. He squinted, watching the group dip behind the last hill and then rise over it, at which point the huge figure in the middle paused, scanned the horizon, and then stopped to stare in Alex's direction. After a moment, he raised one huge log-like arm and waved. Alex returned the greeting and got to his feet. and the four figures sprinted down the slope toward him. In minutes, they were in front of him. They retracted their visors, and Alex saw Casey grin at him, the familiar scar pulling her cheek up on one side. He knew she had 101 quips to unload on him, but kept them behind her teeth, as she knew why he was here. Clara smiled. "Beats the moon." She looked around. "But then again, this place looks like Mars." "You've been to Mars?" Alex asked. Clara grinned. "Not yet, but I'm still young." "Sorry to slow you up, boss," Sam said. "We had orders." Alex nodded. "If it was anyone else, I would have kept going. But you guys are worth waiting for. Glad you made it." He then bumped armored fists with each of them, then turned to the fourth man. Alex recognized the tall scientist from the research labs. "Dr. Lindley, right?" The man strode forward and stuck out his hand. Alex shook it. "Good to be here, Captain. I'm here to offer expertise and assistance, I hope," Alex cut in. He still held the man's hand and pulled him a little closer. "This is not going to be a holiday, Doctor. We may be called on to fight to survive." "Don't worry, I know," the scientist replied. "I'll do what is asked of me." "Good man." Alex let his hand go. The scientist turned to nod toward Dog, which was standing just behind Alex. "How is the field unit? Performing to expectations?" Alex smiled. "Yeah, I don't have to feed him, and his kill count is better than mine." "Performing to specs, then. Perfect." Lindley nodded. "I've got a trail on the plane crash survivors, and a squad of Yemeni government forces with vehicles who went on ahead," Alex said. "I promised to catch them up, so I hope you all kept some breath in those lungs." Sam thumbed back over his shoulder. "We just helped their buddies out a few miles back." "This place is crawling with Houthis, and they're armed to the teeth," Casey added. "This is their territory. Will they follow us?" Alex asked. "Not a chance," Clara grinned. "We messed them up pretty bad." "Good. Okay, suck it up, people, and let's go." Alex began to jog across the sun-scorched earth, taking the HAWCs and the scientist with him. Chapter 38. The 6 dots in the Yemeni night sky were invisible to the naked eye, and further had no signature on radar or other devices used for scanning the atmosphere. They were totally silent, and each was around 6.5 feet long, with small, rigid glider wings out to their sides, and traveling at around 300 miles per hour. They could have been HAWCs, but they weren't. When they were just 500 feet from the ground, the wings folded back, and midnight black parachutes were deployed. It was a standard infiltration drop and was executed with practiced precision. Nicholas Belikov landed easily, ejected the parachute, and walked a few paces forward. From a pouch he drew out his plotter and checked their position in relation to their objectives, the first being the well of Barhut, and then in turn where the HAWCs were, and then where the English mercenaries were. Russia had sophisticated interception software, and the antiquated system the HAWCs used, via a land spike system, was easily picked up and decoded. The English mercenary was even sloppier, just using standard signal-boosted information blips. Belikov lifted his head to scan the desert. He wasn't sure yet why or how the HAWCs had got here so quickly, as when he had last encountered the American Special Forces soldiers in Borneo, he felt he had been in front of them. Now they had accelerated. It didn't matter. He sought the pyramid and its monstrous owners. His mission was simply to seek and destroy. If the HAWCs were on the same path, then he could potentially work with them. If they sought any type of partnership or relationship with the creatures, or got in his way, then they would need to be swept aside so he could successfully complete his job. But the English mercenaries had been a thorn in his side for years. His tracking of the strange pyramid sightings had shown evidence that they seemed to already be working with and covering for the pyramid's nightmarish denizens. And right now he had a score to settle with Bradley Philip Saunders, and as the English were his proxies, then they were his initial target. They had information, and Belikov wanted it. The English were closest and tracking toward the Well of Barhut. He intended to intersect with them before they got there. Belikov's team joined him, and he pointed at the small screen. "Target 1 is 2 miles west of us. We need to get in front of them and interrogate them." He lifted his head. "This way, double time." He began to jog, and the other 5 huge men, all wearing armor-plated desert tactical gear, kept pace with him. Dave Winterson led the 4 mercenaries across the unforgiving landscape. Even though they traveled by the cool of night, the men were still hot, pissed off, and grumbling. And he could understand why. Each wore about 30 pounds of tactical gear, plus they had to lug their weapons. And Winterson agreed with them. Just as well we're all being paid a small fortune, he thought. Otherwise he'd start flapping his arms and fly home himself. Besides, as soon as they confirmed that an occupied pyramid was there, Saunders's management team would drop in, and then they only needed to babysit Saunders himself for a day, while he tried to make friends with those weird freaks who had been stealing people since long before any of them were even born. Winterson felt no twinge of conscience. As far as he was concerned, the people they took didn't matter to him, and as long as the monstrosities stayed away from him and his, and Saunders continued to pay up big, he'd do his job and look the other way. He lifted a hand to halt his team, and Beau Hoskins, Steve Artie Artwell, Phil Gov Govins, and the Irishman, Fergal O'Shea, came to a stop while all wearing their usual sullen expressions. Winterson checked his position and then nodded with satisfaction. 4 more miles, give or take. Just as fucking well. Artwell wiped his face with the scarf looped around his neck. This shithole is either freezing or cooking me alive. What's the matter, Art? Did you wear your wife's woolen underwear again? Fergal brayed. Artwell rounded on him. Shut it, you Irish turd. All of you shut up. Let's just get this done, and then we can get back home to drink booze and count our money." Winterson glared. "Besides, we're not far from our objective, so we're nearly all squared." The men grunted their displeasure, but Winterson knew they begrudgingly agreed. He waved them on, and they climbed to the top of a hill of dry black rock that still radiated the day's heat back at them like the surface of a hot skillet. At the top, Winterson saw that Phil Govins had stopped to stare out over the landscape. He pulled his night vision goggles down over his eyes and turned slowly. There were more rocks, hard-packed orange-yellow clay, and zero vegetation. There was another hill in the far distance, and he bet their objective was beyond that. "Nearly there," he thought. "Thank God." Winterson was about to wave the team on when a soldier's intuition made him pause. He had done 2 tours in Afghanistan, and sometimes the only thing that kept you alive was that feeling in your gut about which house to charge into and which one to toss a grenade in first. Phil Govins must have felt the same, and the pair stared out into the dark desert for a moment. Finally, Winterson turned to him. "What do you think, Guff?" After a moment, Govins half turned. "What do you see out there, Winter?" Winterson let his eyes move over the desert landscape for a few seconds more. "About 100 places to hide, and twice as many to die." "We're being watched," Gov said. "I can feel it in my bones." "Maybe." Winterson watched for a moment more. "Let's just get this done and then fuck off home." Govins shook his head. "Nah, I don't know. I just have this feeling we're not going home from this one." Winterson snorted. "How many missions we been on together, Gov?" "Too many," the man replied. "I always got you home before, didn't I?" Winterson half smiled. Yeah, you did," Govins nodded. "Then put a sock in it, and let's go earn our money." Winterson waved him and the team on. The men headed down the slope, and were only 100 feet onto the plain when spider holes erupted all around them. Huge armor-plated men launched themselves from within them. "Engage!" Winterson yelled. His men were quick, but whoever these guys were, they were quicker, ballistic armored and better trained. Gov went first and took a bullet between the eyes. Fergal gagged loudly as a large blade was thrust into the side of his neck, and Hoskins took a round in the thigh. "Drop them!" Their 6 attackers had them dead to rights, and the biggest guy had a gun barrel pointed right between Winterson's eyes. He was paid a lot, but not enough to die in some shitty desert. "Lay 'em down, boys." Winterson let his rifle drop. He knew he'd said boys, but in reality it was just him, Artwell, and the wounded Hoskins remaining. They were quickly disarmed, hands pulled behind their backs, and plastic ties looped around their wrists. In minutes, Winterson, the still bleeding Hoskins, and Artwell were seated facing each other. The huge soldiers stood behind them. Winterson saw that Hoskins' wound pulsed dark blood, and knew his man would bleed out soon. No one moved to treat the injury. Winterson looked up at what he thought was the group's leader, and the biggest guy there. "You need to put a patch on that wound, or he'll bleed out." The big man just stared for a moment. He lifted his face shield. "Do you remember me?" Winterson narrowed his eyes as he looked at the man, and he clearly detected the Russian accent this time. After a moment, he shook his head. "Nah, I remember you." The Russian smiled, but there was no warmth in it. 20 years ago in the Caucasus. I was there, just a boy." His smile widened. "You took the strange body away in the helicopter, left me with no proof of what killed my unit and my father." "I don't remember." Winterson shook his head. "Anyway, fuck that. You need to treat this man." "Okay." The Russian pulled his gun, put the barrel to Hoskins' temple, and pulled the trigger. Blood and brains blew in a funnel shape out over the dry sand, and Hoskins fell to the side. "Problem solved," the man said. Winterson swallowed dryly. He suddenly had a shitty feeling that Govans was right, and he might not be sipping drinks and counting money back home any time soon. "What do you want?" he asked. "Good. Now we are getting down to it." The man squatted in front of him and smiled, but his eyes were dead. "I am Major Nicholas Belikov, Russian Special Forces, and I have been looking for you for a long time." Belikov stared hard into the Englishman's face. "My group has been tasked with finding out about these pyramid people." His brow furrowed, and he wagged a finger in Winterson's face. "And you will tell me what they are, where they come from, why you are helping them, and also who is paying you." The remaining mercenary, Artwell, turned from the Russian to watch Winterson. His English partner just shrugged. "We don't know that much. We're just soldiers doing a job." Belikov's mouth turned down. "You are not soldiers, not anymore. Now you are men paid for service and without loyalty. So I think I only need one of you." The grin returned. "In the next 30 seconds, I will shoot one of you. Who will decide to talk, and who will live?" "Me," Winterson said quickly. Artwell's eyes went wide. "You fucking prick!" Belikov shot Artwell between the eyes. The Russian leader holstered his weapon, and then briefly checked his watch. He lowered his gun-barrel gaze to Winterson. "Begin." Belikov listened as the man told him everything. The English mercenary spoke fast, and it only took half an hour. He started with the contract initiation with the billionaire Bradley Saunders decades ago, and how they had been gathering intel, assisting and covering up for the visitors for years, while Saunders studied them, helped them gather people, and worked on ways to communicate with them. And this time he felt he could. It seemed to the billionaire the people being abducted were just incidental collateral loss. Belikov worked to keep his expression emotionless, as he remembered what this pig and his master Saunders had done in the Caucasus just on 20 years ago. Then it was his father who had been just incidental collateral loss. This man was just a pawn to be moved around the chessboard. It was the Englishman Saunders Belikov really wanted. He dreamed of strangling him with his bare hands. But first he wanted to make sure their precious visitors and their abominable pets were all turned to ash. Belikov paused to ask a question now and then, but the ex-soldier Winterson knew that his choices were to talk or die, and Belikov had already proved that the Russians were playing for keeps. Finally, Belikov got to his feet. Good. He circled a finger in the air, and the other Russians slotted away water bottles and checked their weapons. I've done my bit. Now you do yours. Untie me, Winterson said. He was still sitting on the ground, hands tied behind his back. I said if you talk, you live. Belikov shrugged. You talked, so you live. I never said I'd untie you. Winterson glared. You've taken my weapons, ammunition, and comms. Oh, yes, I forgot. Belikov reached down, took the man's canteen, and unscrewed it. He upended it and let the water empty onto the sand and grit. He had promised not to kill him, and he was a man of his word. But that didn't mean he didn't hope Winterson died slowly. How am I supposed to survive? Winterson yelled. Belikov chuckled. You are a tough man. You will find a way. He went to lead his men away, but paused. One more thing, Englishman. If I see you again, I will kill you, and I promise I will make it painful. Winterson glared, but after a moment he nodded once. Belikov checked his position plotter and saw that the other group, probably the HAWCs, were converging just to the east of them. He had questions for them as well. If they were friends, then maybe they could work together. If not, he was happy to leave more dead bodies to the desert. Winterson watched the departing Russians. They'd stripped him of his weapons, water, and comms devices. But frankly, he was still surprised that they'd let him live, because he knew if their positions were reversed, those fuckers would all be corpses, every single damn one of them. He gave them a few more minutes, and then he strained to reach his bound hands down behind him to his left boot, where he pressed a stud on the heel that ejected a small blade. He cut himself free in seconds. Winterson rubbed his wrists, and then reached into his right boot for a small messaging device that Bradley Saunders had had specially made for them. He opened it and began to send a message, along with his coordinates. In a few minutes he got a response. They were on their way. Chapter 39. Alex received the ping notification in his ear comms system, notifying him that a compressed high-priority information squirt had been sent. He raised a hand, and the 3 HAWCs and scientist caught up to him as he stopped. "What is it, boss?" Casey asked. "Hammerson." Alex read the message on his gauntlet and grunted softly. "New directives incoming, as well as updated kit." "Cool. Weapons tech?" Casey asked. "Yes, but the priority is new suits. Hostile environment suits, super hardened and sealed. with mech assist. He looked up at Sam. Even for us. Sam's huge forehead creased. That makes no sense. I've already got... His forehead smoothed, and his deep chuckle began. They want us to go through. Yeah, that's what I think, Alex replied. Oh my God, Linley said, and walked forward. We talked about it, but... Through the portal? Clara asked. We're taking the war to these things? Hold, more instructions coming in. Alex looked up. Drop has been affected and will be coming down right here. He pointed at a dot in the sky. Right now. They all watched the dot get bigger, and then the multi-parachutes deploy to slow the object's descent when it was just 1,000 feet up. They headed to the item's touchdown point, and in a few minutes found the huge 10-foot by 10-foot crate that had sunk into the desert ground. Alex used his bare hands to rip the lid from the crate, and saw the individual boxes for the new envirosuits and racks of weapons. He pulled one free and nodded. Yeah, what I expected. Lasers. The only thing that won't be affected by a change in gravity like a projectile or compressed air pulse would be. Sam used his huge frame to lift the boxes out. Each one was as long as a coffin and had a name label. Dr. Linley, your new robes await, Sam said, and laid the box in front of the scientist. This is a dream come true, Linley said, as he opened the box. Yeah, sure, Doc, Casey sneered. If your dream is to go and fight monsters in hell. Dog stood watching silently, and Sam turned. Nothing for you, fella. You're armored up enough. He then used his blade to prise the lid from his own box and stared down at the suit within. He grunted. This is top-of-the-line heavy impact armor. It'll take a cannon blast. He lifted one of the gauntlets and saw the built-in hydraulics. We're going to be strong and well-defended. I'm guessing they expect we're about to walk into some heavy weather. More like heavy gravity, with over 300-degree heat and a toxic atmosphere. Linley pulled the arm section of the suit out and turned over one of the gauntlets, examining it. You need a hand, Doc? Casey asked. He turned to her and smiled. I helped design them. She chuckled. Great, then you can give me a hand. Casey was already pulling off her existing armored suit. Linley stopped to stare at Casey, seeming unable to look away. Alex chuckled. Casey was around 5'10" and had muscles on muscles. She was powerful, flat-chested, and ripped by scars, some old, some still flaring pink. She probably had more, but her body was also covered in vivid, angry tattoos of fighting dragons, skulls, women's names, and daggers dripping blood. She caught Linley looking. You keep staring, Doc. You're not going to be able to pull those pants on. Sam roared with laughter as Linley's face reddened, and he then focused on climbing into his own kit. Casey started to flex the armored gloves. I can't wait to see what these babies can do. Clara did the same, and Alex found a small data stick and pressed it into his gauntlet. Information scrolled down the screen. He quickly read the update from the Hawk commander. Confirmed. From the Commander-in-Chief, highest level order. We shut the doorway for good. He looked up. This can only be achieved by destruction of the opposite side portal. Then that's it. Opposite means off-world. Casey grinned. One thing I love about this job is that I get to travel. She raised a hand. Question. These suits are designed to make war at their end. We go there and destroy the portal. But just how do we get home? And how will we know if we've really stopped them? Clara asked. And how do we stop a planet? Alex read down the information a little more. Then he reached inside the crate for another box, roughly 3 feet by 1 in length. He opened it and stared down at the silver cylinder. This is how. We use an MSB-136, a planet killer. He nodded and smiled. And it's got a timer. We take it through, secure the site, plant the MSB, and then evac. Sam joined him and looked down at the brushed silver cylinder, which was scuba tank size, but without any markings, apart from smaller pipes and dials running over it. I've never seen one before. Sam looked up. But then I've never needed to blow up a planet before. So small for so much power. Lindley looked down at the device almost lovingly. Antimatter detonation. The initial plasma blast disperses antimatter particles. He looked up. On contact with matter, the resulting detonation would be a white-hot cancellation event. Nothing will remain. Sam whistled. The knockout punch. Clara grunted with a nod. Works for me. Alex looked at each of his team members. First prize, we destroy the portal for good and all make it home. But we acknowledge that destroying the portal is the priority. What? The Hawks replied. Alex spoke the words, the rallying cry, which possibly meant that they might need to make the ultimate sacrifice. But he knew he didn't mean them this time. Destroying the portal or the alien world was not his priority. Finding Joshua was. Once the boy had been recovered or was safe, then everything else could fall into place. Alex stared down at the powerful device, the Planet Buster, and wondered just how any of them were supposed to make it back. This smacked of just another suicide mission that soldiers had been sent on for as long as war had existed. It didn't matter. He didn't matter. Because Joshua was his immortality. If the boy lived and the world and its people were safe, then he knew he would have fulfilled the purpose for which he was put on Earth. He blinked a couple of times to refocus. Okay, Alex said, and reached in for his suit. Let's get to work. The group had removed their desert suits and dropped them all in the crate. When they were done, they'd deploy a melt disk as they had before, which would turn everything to sludge and prevent anyone else getting their hands on the technology. Alex climbed into the suit, which needed to be assembled around the wearer. This time, all the parts of the body would need to be shielded, as they were expecting to encounter more than just higher gravity and heat, but a toxic and slightly radioactive atmosphere as well. The soldiers needed to be powerful enough to be able to fight in the heavy gravity without any loss of speed or maneuverability, all with the fully sealed protection of full shielding against weapons they knew little about as yet. The suits were a similar design to the ones recently worn for the Dark Side mission on the Moon, except the armor was reinforced and the hydraulics had been boosted. Field test on boost power. Casey slid back the small panel on her chest and pressed the button there. She then reached into the crate for her old helmet and swung it upwards. The helmet headed up into the night sky and kept going. The group stared upward for several moments. "How high you think that went?" Casey grinned. Sam sighed. "You do know our instructions are to melt our old kit. All of it." Casey grimaced. "Oh yeah, sorry." She found a melt disk and tossed it onto the pile of old armor. "Fire in the hole." In just a few minutes, the experienced soldiers were ready, and each took turns checking the seals on their suits, and that their weapons systems were all online and functional. They spent a little extra time on Linley. Even though he knew everything about the technology, it was obvious he had never worn the suit before. The scientist flexed an armored, gloved hand. "I feel I could tear steel with these." "You probably could," Sam replied. Casey slapped his armored shoulder. "That's the spirit, Doc, because where we're going, we do not come in peace." Alex checked his shields, weapons systems, and then checked their position. His last task was to place the MSB-136 in its harness and strap it to the small of his back. "Let's go. We've got a planet to save." "And one to destroy," Casey finished. From somewhere far out in the dark desert, they all heard the sound of a helmet striking the hard-packed ground. Chapter 40. Joshua slowly came awake, and then the pain hit him. "Ouch!" He put a hand to his head and blinked open bloodshot eyes. He immediately felt the pressure of his pulse pounding in his ears. His face felt hot and puffy, and his eyes were swollen. Then he saw why. "I'm upside down," he realized. He looked up, or rather down, and saw that he was about 3 feet from the ground. "What the—" He turned one way, then the other. Beside him hung Armina, and about 50 feet away were the 2 women who had also come down in the plane, also out cold. But that was it. All the others were missing. "Hey!" He reached out an arm, but was just a little short of Armina, who dangled unconscious with her mouth open and a line of drool reaching all the way to the ground. The 2 women a little further out hung corpse-like, but he knew they weren't dead. He guessed that maybe his rapid metabolism had allowed him to shake off whatever had rendered them unconscious a little more quickly than the others. But shake what off, and where were they? He looked at his feet and saw they were stuck in some sort of glue at the ceiling. He turned as best he could in the darkened space. He could see that there were other marks on the ceiling between him and the women, as if more people had been there before, who were now gone. All the men, maybe? He quickly examined the rest of the room and saw that the walls looked a little organic. However, there was a definite paneling effect, and the panels seemed to be made of something akin to honeycomb sheets, but he guessed something stronger. And it was hot in here, really hot. Not like the desert heat, but more humid. Joshua pulled his body up and reached his shoes, undoing the laces. He dropped to the ground, spinning in the air to land lightly on his feet, and took in more of his surroundings as the blood settled in his body and his mind cleared. Sniffing, he smelled odd scents that were animal-like, and something like almonds and vinegar that reminded him of the reptile cage at the local zoo his dad had taken him to when he was younger. But there was also the slight hint of engine oil and perhaps ozone, as if electronics were overheating. Joshua began to recall the last thing he remembered. He and the group had been walking across the desert when the men in the lead had broken into a run, moving faster and faster, and then weirdly had started sliding. Those further behind had called to them to stop, but then they were all grabbed by some sort of force, and as if a table was tipping and crumbs sliding across its surface, they had all been drawn toward a massive hole in the ground. He remembered everyone panicking, screaming, then falling into darkness. But he didn't remember hitting the bottom, just a nothingness from then on. Until now. Joshua reached out with his mind, trying to sense where the others were. Beyond the room there were faint sounds, and beyond that he came across the men he had been with. Armina's father, Vince, the remaining security people, and even old Mosh. But they were strange. Their thinking was different, simpler. And it was as if they were somehow constrained. No, that wasn't quite right. It was as if they were pacified or slumbering and dreaming. But they weren't pleasant dreams. They were ones of torment and anguish. Then he found other thought patterns, and these were more complex, guarded, and entirely different from anything Joshua recognized. He realized they were not human minds. To them, the people they had captured were nothing more than products, things they used like tools or lumber to be crafted and altered to be useful to them. He'd learned enough to know he just needed to get the hell out of there. Joshua turned, reached for Armina, and shook her gently. "Hey," he whispered. But there wasn't even a flicker of her eyelids or a groan. "Hey, Armina, wake up!" Nothing. She was out cold. He then quickly crossed to the two women and tried to wake them, but they were the same. Whatever had happened to them had put them into a deep slumber or even a coma. Joshua then went back to Armina. He couldn't reach her feet from the floor, but he gently pulled until her feet slid from her crossed trainers. She fell into his arms, and he carried her to one of the walls and eased her into a sitting position with her back against it. He rubbed her hand, then her cheek, and then sat next to her, frowning. He didn't know what else to do. "Stay here," he said redundantly, then crossed to the doorway and peered out. The corridor was dark, but he could see it was made of the same material as the room. He tried to see, hear, or sense any danger nearby. And this time, he felt the alien minds approaching. Ah, crap! He stepped back into the room. He looked for another exit, but found none. Then his eyes went to the pair of still hanging women, wondering if he could tug them down in time, and quickly realized he couldn't. He had to hide, but there was nowhere to go. So he hurried back to Armina against the wall, just as huge shadows filled the doorway. His mind working furiously, Joshua remembered that he had been able to shield them when they had been in the plane. So why not now? Maybe this time, instead of trying to protect them against the force of impact, he could try shielding them against light waves. If the creatures had vision that was not too dissimilar to his, then it might just work. He flexed, just as the two beings entered the room. Joshua looked up at them, grimacing as a shock of terror ran through him, and the fear made him feel like he badly needed to piss. Monsters, he thought. They were taller than the tallest basketballer he had ever seen, and covered in slimy-looking scales. They had more than 2 arms, ending in long, clawed hands. But it was their heads that made him feel sick with fear. The grotesque beings had faces like reptiles, with needle-like teeth set in powerful jaws that looked like they could crush your bones and flesh with ease. The creatures looked vaguely familiar. And then Joshua realized he'd seen something similar before in the drawings of Egyptian gods he had seen at school. He also saw that they had too many red eyes that burned with intelligence, and on top of their heads, instead of hair, there were worm-like growths that were never still. Joshua quickly looked away lest he cry out, squeezed his eyes shut, and silently prayed that he and Armina were invisible to them. After a few moments of silence, he couldn't help but open one eye. He saw that the massive creatures had crossed directly to the hanging women, walking right past Josh and Armina as if they didn't exist. Joshua breathed a sigh of relief, but then watched in horror as the creatures reached for the women, who simply fell from the ceiling and were grabbed like sacks of meat and held up. The monsters' sharp claws shredded their clothing, stripping it from them. Then, with no dignity at all, the 2 women were grabbed, one by her long hair and the other by her arm, and dragged out as if they weighed nothing. Just then Armina murmured in her slumber, and at the door one of the creatures turned back. Joshua saw the multiple lines of blood-red eyes on the snout move slowly over the room, each one moving independently, like some sort of bobble-eyed gecko. He held his breath and waited, trying hard to keep his fear and revulsion at bay. Seconds seemed an eternity, and he could sense the indecision and confusion in the creature's mind. But after a moment it turned and headed down the corridor, and Joshua let his breath out with a whoosh. His heart was beating a mile a minute, both from holding the air in and from what he had seen. He now knew he had been captured by something that was not from this earth. Joshua closed his eyes and concentrated on his father, but still couldn't get a clear sense of him. At least this time there was a faint ghost of feeling, as if Alex was nearer. But wherever he was, something was stopping him from making full contact. So Joshua needed to work out what to do on his own. He needed to get out, and then, like finding higher ground to get better radio signals, he knew they'd be able to see each other. Joshua was also determined to save Armina. But he knew she would be devastated if he got her out without at least trying to find her father. He sighed. He had to at least see what had happened to the others, and a good place to start was to find out where the monsters had taken the two women. Chapter 41. Belikov checked his position plotter and saw the 5 bodies coming at them. There was also a smaller signature with a metallic trace. What that was he could not yet determine. But he knew they were the HAWCs. He also knew he needed to take more care with this group. His team and theirs were more likely to share common goals, but he judged it best to deal with them from a position of power. The HAWCs were both physical and high-tech warriors who had a fearsome reputation. But so did his Russian wolf warriors. Just as he had done successfully with the English mercenaries, he'd wait and ambush them and disarm them. Then they could talk. He turned to his team. "Dig in. I want them disarmed and disabled, but not dead." He turned back to the inky black desert. "Unless they force our hand." The group of huge men spread out, switching their armor to thermal concealment, and the suit's exterior began to cool, rendering them invisible to heat-seeking optics. Then they began to conceal themselves in the path of the oncoming HAWCs. Alex, Sam, Casey, and Clara ran in single file over the deathly dry terrain. Nearly 50 yards further back came Alfred Linley, who was struggling a little. Dog trotted beside the scientist, as Alex had ordered it, to ensure the man didn't get into trouble. Alex had been in deserts before, rocky, sandy, or frozen, and they usually had some life in them, whether it was a stunted shrub, small thorny lizard, or beetle that hid under the sand during the day. But here, there was nothing. He understood now why the locals avoided this particular part of the desert and thought the place was cursed. Having a race of beings that had been using this area for millennia to trap and mutilate people didn't help, he bet. For maybe the 100th time, Alex reached out to try to find his son. He strained, pushing out his senses further and further until his head throbbed, but still nothing came back. His gut told him Joshua was there somewhere, but somehow just outside of his reach, as though he was being kept behind some sort of veil. More likely it was the entire site that had been cloaked. The creatures now knew humans were better equipped technologically to find them, so they in turn might be trying to obscure their presence. Alex focused hard as he tried one last time to locate Joshua, and while his mind was distracted, the ambush was sprung. Huge men literally rose from the desert around them. "Damn it," he thought. "I walked us right into it." It was 6 on 5, with Sam Reed attracting 2 men because of his size. They were quick and professional, and the guy behind Alex looped an arm around his neck and tried to wrench him backwards. The first thing Alex noticed was that none of their assailants held weapons. As the log-like arm clamped down harder on his neck, Alex grabbed it and used it to pull the man over his shoulder so he was in front of him. The Hawk leader then punched him in his armored face, the blow so hard he cracked the bulletproof visor, and the man's head snapped back on his neck. He then grabbed his attacker's chest harness and flung the guy 20 feet out into the dark desert, where he rolled several times and lay still. Dog's combat armor automatically deployed, and its mouth opened, displaying multiple barrels. It began to charge, but Alex threw out a hand. "Dog, stand down!" The canine robot froze. Even though Lindley also wore a high-powered suit, he was knocked down, and it was obvious the scientist wasn't an expert in knowing how to fight in one, or fight at all. Casey launched into a side kick, and her armored boot struck a significant layer of shielding over her attacker's torso. The man was half a head taller and never budged, but his return kick smashed into Casey's gut. A blow like that must have hurt, but the tough Hawk didn't flinch, and instead grabbed the boot, lifted the leg, and flipped the man backwards. Clara traded blows with her adversary, and her strength-assisted suit made her punches like a jackhammer into his chest and face shielding. The sound was like someone beating a steel drum, and she knocked her opponent back a step while making a dent in his armor. She went to finish him, and her hand went to her holster. "No weapons!" Alex shouted, and headed to cover the scientist. One of the attackers had Lindley on the ground and had placed a boot on his chest. Big mistake, as his eyes were diverted from the battlefield for a second or two. It was enough. Alex dropped a shoulder and struck him in the midsection. The impact was brutal, and the guy flew backwards and stayed down on his back, arms flung wide. After a few more moments, Sam slammed his two attackers together with enough force to dent some of their armor plates and daze the pair of them. He then lifted both, one in each hand. With their superior training plus heavy combat envirosuits, the Hawks easily outmatched their opponents, and they hadn't even needed to put their suits into boost mode. Sam held up the two struggling men, looking like he was about to smash them together once more for good luck. "Stop!" This came from the guy Alex had initially thrown out into the desert. He held up a hand and walked slowly back toward them, holding his ribs. "Sam Reed, we meet again." Sam turned, still holding the two soldiers. He waited. The man slid his face shielding up. Sam snorted and threw the men to the ground. "Who are you?" Alex demanded. "Major Nicholas Belikov, Russian Special Forces," he replied, and then tilted his head. "And I think I finally meet the Arcadian, yes? You're lucky you're not all dead. If one of you had drawn a weapon, then this guy," Alex thumbed over his shoulder at the metal attack droid, "would have put holes in all of you." "I like it." Belikov eyed Dog. "We have similar, but bigger." "Borneo, right?" Casey said. He nodded. "I'm sorry about this, but these are strange times. I made a mistake, thinking I could overpower you, and then force you to listen to me." "Let him up," Alex said. And then, "I'm only listening now because you didn't use weapons. but I may still kill you for pissing me off. If we'd used weapons, perhaps some of your soldiers might be dead too, Belikov replied. His men gathered behind him. You seek the ones stealing people. We do also. He pointed out to the dark desert. A few hours back, we caught up with the band of English mercenaries that had been assisting them. They were commissioned by an Englishman by the name of Bradley Saunders. He is what we would call an oligarch, and he is coming here, maybe to talk to these things, maybe to see if he can help them further. What are your plans? Alex asked. To destroy or disrupt. Belikov looked away momentarily and then back. Revenge. His expression was deadpan. In 2002, my father led a squad into the Caucasus Mountains to investigate abductions of villagers. He was taken, along with his entire squad. I was the only survivor. Someone helped the pyramid creatures. I now know it was a young Bradley Saunders. This is personal to me. Alex nodded and then exhaled. And my son is in there somewhere right now. He turned back. Our plans are the same as yours. Work with us. Belikov seemed to think about it, and then nodded. Agreed, but not under your command. As an alliance. Good enough, Alex said, and then suddenly spun back to the desert. He tilted his head as he sensed something. I see him. It was like a jolt of electricity ran right through his body. He's there. He's alive. Alex walked a few paces toward the well of hell, and then turned back. Hurry! We don't have much time. Chapter 42. We need to move, Joshua whispered. He lifted Armina under his arm. She was slowly rousing, but it was like she was coming to after anesthetic and staggered with her eyes closed. Whatever narcotic or force had been applied to them, only Joshua's system had been able to shake it off quickly. He dragged Armina to the doorway and paused. It was easy to determine which way the things had gone because of their odious, lingering smell. When he was satisfied there were no sounds, he snuck out, and Armina shuffled beside him, her head resting on his shoulder. He went past several more rooms or cells and saw that these, too, had the sticky substance on the ceiling, which meant they had once held captives, or were perhaps expecting more. He squinted into the darkness. There were piles of clothing heaped against the walls. But there was something strange about what he was seeing. Then it clicked. He saw that this wasn't all modern clothing. Some of it looked old, very old, as in ancient desert garb, and there were curved daggers in sheaths, gold bracelets, and even an old sword as long as he was. It all made him wonder how long this place had been here. Armina murmured and then groaned, but her eyes stayed closed. Joshua froze as she made the noises. He had to scout ahead for a way out, but hoped she could remain silent. Armina, he whispered. I'm hot, she breathed. He smiled. Yeah, me too. He used his sleeve to absorb the sweat from her damp forehead. Where? Her eyes blinked open groggily, and then she focused. Where are we? I don't know exactly, but... He steeled himself. I think we've been taken by something not human. She glared at him. What? Shush! He pressed a hand over her mouth. They're not friendly. She knocked his hand away. Where's my father? Where are the others? I don't know, but we need to get out, he whispered. Not without my father. She went to pull away from him, but he held her. She continued to struggle. Joshua grabbed her in both hands and looked deep into her eyes. Okay, we'll look, but we need to be real quiet, no matter what you see. Can you do that? Her mouth turned down and her lip trembled, but she managed to nod. I think so, but I'm scared. I know, me too. It's okay. He took her hand, peered around the corner, and then tugged. Let's go. Joshua followed the path, or rather the smell, of the two creatures that had taken the women. The pair stayed close to the wall, and thankfully other rooms they passed were all empty. But up ahead they were coming to an area that was lit by a soft red glow, and there were odd sounds that could have been water dripping, or something draining with a sucking sound. Joshua slowed and peered into the room. In just seconds he took it in, and it was hell on earth. He immediately spun away to swallow down some rising bile. He held Armina back a few steps. Just wait here, please. He sucked in a breath of the hot, fetid air and crept forward. He slowly peered around the corner again and just stared. There were long benches, and the huge lizard-like beings had the two women up on the top, who now squirmed in a semi-awake state. One of the creatures held something to the dark-haired woman's neck, and she shuddered for a moment and then lay still. Joshua frowned, trying to understand what he was seeing. The woman relaxed, and relaxed more, and then her whole body seemed to soften. In the next instant, the creature began to disassemble her like a child's doll. Insanely, the thing pulled her arms and legs from the torso. There was no blood or wrenching or tearing of tendons, bones, or muscles, but instead everything just slipped apart like it was never really held together. It also stripped her long hair from her scalp and tossed it aside like a wig. The near 8-foot-tall creature briefly examined the woman's slim arms, and then turned to place them and the torso into a huge vat of glutinous red liquid, where they floated for a moment and then slowly sank. Joshua guessed they were being dissolved or rendered down. The legs were then examined and set aside, and the creatures turned their attention to the blonde woman. Joshua felt his stomach threaten to void as he watched in shock as they worked on their head, lifting away the top of the skull to remove her brain. This was placed on another bench top, where there were, Joshua saw, lines of other human brains, removed, but not dead. Because the most horrifying thing was, they were still functioning. Joshua could sense consciousness in them. They were aware, their owners crying out on some level, trapped in a limbo of helplessness, wondering what had happened to them. It made tears of fear and futility run down Joshua's face. The brains were then worked on, manipulated, and smoothed into a single long gray sheet. But they weren't destroyed, as he could still see veins running through them, pumping a fluid that wasn't blood, but instead something else that would feed the organs and keep them alive. The final task of the lizard-like creatures was to place the legs on a stack of other limbs, piled like logs waiting to be used for firewood. There were men's brawny arms and legs, and the smoother ones of women. Some were then collected up and taken to a separate platform. Human torsos, 4 of them, were lined up beside each other, with a single empty neck left at one end. Then 10 of the arms and legs were organized outside of the torso's center mass. Some of the brain matter sheet was included on the surface of the torsos. And finally, a glass-like dark bulb was embedded into the flesh over the brain matter sheet. The creatures then stepped back to work at a control panel. Red light bathed the masses of mutilated humanity. As the light cascaded down onto the flesh, Joshua picked up the screams in his head. It was the people, the remnants of their minds in the brain matter, their voices not making sense. But one thing was clear to Joshua. Some part of their consciousness remained and was trapped in this new monstrosity, and they knew it. As he watched, the flesh of the different bodies somehow melted together. The multiple torsos became one central mass, the brain matter was absorbed into the thing's back, and the multiple limbs all attached. The torso showed lumps where some form of thick ribbing structure was developing. But the horrors weren't finished, because in the next few seconds the thing twitched. Joshua felt he was in a trance as he watched. Under the glow of the red light, the new abomination began to shudder. The neck with the single pipe at its center had closed over and drawn back into the frame. And for a moment, the glass bulb on its back glowed as the creature at the control panel worked at some nightmarish machine. The red light went off. And then, horrifyingly, the merged being rose on its legs. It crawled down off the bench top like a massive pink and brown spider, with the sets of arms at the front extended, their fingers grasping at the air. One of the reptilian beings led it to the massive vat of steaming reddish-brown liquid that contained the rendered-down, rejected limbs and pieces of flesh, and the lizard creature pulled a nozzle from the side of the vat. As if in anticipation, the neck extended a cartridge pipe with a sucking mouthpart on one end. The nozzle was then stuck in the neck hole, and the liquid was pumped into it as the obscenity sucked it down. Its first meal. Joshua felt his legs go weak, and he looked away to stop himself from vomiting. When he looked back, the creature who had destroyed the women began to assemble another pile of limbs and torsos as the process started all over again. Joshua felt lightheaded and held on to the wall. He now knew what had happened to the rest of the people on the plain, and what would happen to them if they were caught. He began to ease back, just as a gut-wrenchingly loud scream from behind him made him start in fright. He spun to see that Armina had crept up to stare into the room. She stood, her hands in front of her, jabbering in fear. Then she backed up and spun around to sprint blindly away from him. "Wait! Armina! Wait!" Joshua set off after her, just as the lizard creatures screeched a sound that made his hair stand on end. Joshua put his head down and kept going. From behind he heard the thumping of feet, too many feet, and he knew that one of the newly created abominations had been sent in pursuit. In the dimness he couldn't see where Armina had gone, so he turned a hard left at the first corner, but in seconds hit a dead end. And she wasn't there. He spun back. The thing was coming fast, and he had nowhere to go. Chapter 43. David Winterson stood on the top of a hill of dark, sun-blasted rock and waited. On the horizon there was just a faint blush of orange as the giant sun was lifting itself toward sunrise. He kept watching it, and after another few minutes, a dot appeared within that stripe of color as the high-speed chopper came in low and fast. He initiated an electronic blip flare that was like a strobing light for them to home in on. The craft slowed and then came down quickly, and he knew why. Around these parts there could be any one of a dozen groups with shoulder-mounted RPGs just itching to let one fly at an unidentified helicopter. Plus, those Russian assholes were still lurking somewhere. The chopper settled, but its blades kept up a rotation. Their ride would not be hanging around for them, and he bet the pilot was already impatient to get the hell out. The doors slid back, and two men jumped out. "What the fuck is this?" Winterson laughed as he shook his head. Both men were in huge suits that looked like a cross between a suit of armor and a deep-sea diving kit. They had their visors retracted, and he could see that one was Bradley Saunders and the other some Asian guy. They grabbed bags from the back of the chopper, waved, and the machine dusted off and veered away as if the pilot had a hot date back at the base. Winterson turned off the blip flare and walked toward his paymaster. He gave a small salute, more to stroke the billionaire's ego, and grinned. "Welcome to Yemen," he said. "Thank you." Saunders nodded to his colleague. "This is Dr. Huang." "Wang?" Winterson nodded. "Huang!" Huang glared. "Whatever." Winterson yawned. Saunders looked around. "Where's the rest of your men?" "Dead. All dead," Winterson replied testily. "Killed by a small squad of Russians, probably special forces. Seems we're not the only ones on the ground right now." Rules of the game, Saunders shrugged. How far advanced are they? Prick, Winterson thought. I think they're headed toward the eastern mouth of the well. But according to your notes, it's the western side that has the entry and no force field. We can beat them to the bottom if we head in now. Saunders nodded and smiled, looking almost giddy with excitement. He turned to Huang. Ready to meet a god? More than anything in my life, sir, Huang replied over-enthusiastically. Chapter 44. Alex was first to climb to the top of the hill and stare down onto the plain below them. The other HAWCs joined him, then Linley and Dog, as well as the 5 Russians. Holy shit, Casey said. From what I hear, not so holy, Sam replied. Below them was the massive hole known as the Well of Hell. It was hundreds of feet across and much deeper again. It was an eerie, impenetrably black crater in the orange-brown landscape. Doctor, your opinion? Alex asked. Linley joined him. It's what we suspected. These visitors have been coming for countless millennia, maybe even before humans evolved. But now that we have the ability to see them, they've needed to draw back to remote sites, like jungles, deserts, mountaintops, or down in giant sinkholes. They're hiding in there from us. Well, we've found 'em now, Casey said. I got movement, western rim, Clara said. She had switched her helmet vision to amplify, and the others turned and changed up their own. Sure enough, they saw 3 men vanishing into the pit via a narrow ledge trail. The English mercenary Winterson, Belikov said bitterly. I let him live, but I warned him that if I saw him again I would kill him. Who's with him? Alex turned. I would say one of the men is their benefactor, the billionaire Bradley Saunders. Belikov nodded slowly. As I said, I have a score to settle with him. Not until we've questioned him, Alex said. Belikov's gaze was flat, and he didn't acknowledge the statement. What are they doing here? Sam asked. According to the mercenary, the rich man wants to try and communicate with the creatures, Belikov replied. He has been helping them for years, covering for them, assisting them, and cleaning up after them. I would say he is a man in love. Betraying his own species. I would say he's an asshole, Casey growled. He thinks he is above his own species, so betrayal is no problem for him, Belikov replied. We can run him down, Clara said. Alex would normally have sprinted around the rim with the team and caught the Englishman to learn what he knew. His information might have been critical to their mission. But his impatience gnawed at him. He knew in his gut Joshua was down there and still alive. He shook his head. Take too long to get down there and then get around the rim. We just peg and drop from our side, intersect with him at the bottom. You have climbing gear? Sam asked the Russian. No, but you do, Belikov replied. Alex walked a few paces forward, and the Russian then narrowed his eyes as he stared at the HAWC captain's back. Excuse me, Captain Hunter. That thing strapped to your back. It looks a little like an MSB-136. Some call it a planet-killer bomb. Am I wrong? Belikov asked. Alex half turned. Let's just say when we're finished here, we won't be seeing these monsters again. Belikov smiled. Yes, good. I want them all to burn in hell. He waggled one big, blunt finger. Just make sure your little bomb goes off and does its job, on their side of the fence. Alex nodded grimly. It'll do what it's supposed to do. Hey, Boris, let me guess, you have a bigger bomb? Casey scoffed. Belikov shrugged. We have the Stalin 211. Can blow up 2 planets. Casey laughed out loud. I love this guy. That's enough. Alex turned away again. Okay, listen up, people. Remember what happened when we got close to the pyramids in Australia? They sent out those creatures to attack us. Also, there was the force field that drew us in. He looked across each of their faces. We drop in and find Joshua, and then shut the door for good. These are the priorities. Sam and Casey glanced at one another, and Alex went on. If time permits, we search for any other survivors and extract them. Then we deliver the package on the other side of the portal. If it is closed, then we trust our scientific expert to open it. Linley nodded. I think I can do it. Think you can? Belikov chuckled. Please don't arm bomb until doorway is open. Alex smiled. Hopefully we're all heading home with a smile real soon. He faced Belikov. Are you and your team ready for this? The Russian nodded slowly. I've been tracking these things for more than 20 years. My team and I are ready for anything. Alex then looked down at the canine-looking android that was looking up at him. What about you? Guard, protect, defend. Maximum lethality, full combat mode, Dog replied. Works for me. Let's do this. Alex began to run down the slope toward the edge of the well. Chapter 45. The 9-strong group sprinted down the hill. The power-boosted suits the HAWCs wore meant they took the lead, with the Russians close behind. As they neared the sinkhole's rim, Alex still didn't feel any of the attractive force he had encountered before, and wondered whether they might have caught a break. As they neared the edge, he knew he needed a rear guard to keep their exit open, and also to ensure no one got past them. He looked down at the running metallic animal beside him. Dog, halt! Sentinel duties. Alex also stopped in front of the android as the guardian dog halted and tilted its head toward him. It was probably only his imagination, but he was sure he heard a small sound emanate from within it that might have been confusion or maybe simple disappointment over the order. Alert on plane survivors! Alert on Joshua Hunter! Alex said. He held up a hand. Stay! And repeated the order. Sentinel duties! Acknowledge! Sentinel duties! Acknowledged! The dog then seemed to freeze, but Alex knew that its sensors would be scanning the rim and wider surface around the massive pit. Plus, its multiple cameras and movement sensors would now be engaged. He needed eyes on the rim, in case Joshua managed to climb out without him knowing it. Alex and the Hawks then charged forward, and as they got to the edge of the well, they barely slowed. They each pulled something like a fat handgun from their belts and aimed it at the hard stone at the well's edge. It fired a bolt into the rock that had a line attached. The Hawks attached the guns to the back of their belts and literally ran over the edge as the wire line unrolled with enough tension to let them travel down at speed without falling. High above them, the Russians waited. Alex dropped and felt the density of the air change. His scanners told him there was still breathable oxygen outside of his suit, but it was thicker somehow. For now they had the ring of morning sunshine above to light the way, but once they moved outside of that, there would be complete darkness. After dropping about 400 feet, he saw the floor of the well approaching and slowed his descent to touch down lightly. Casey, Sam, and Clara did the same. Alex then unhitched his wire and attached it to the rock floor. The other Hawks did the same, and Alex tugged on the wire twice to signal for the Russians to come down. They didn't need any encouragement, and in seconds the Russian team was traveling down the wire at speed. Alex watched, impressed with their skill. He didn't have to wait long before all 9 of them were present and ready to continue. He turned slowly. The cave floor was damp, which was surprising after the bone-dry surface above them. But the old Arabic saying was true. The desert has plenty of water. You just have to know where to look. There! Casey pointed her wrist light. Only 50 feet from them were piles of weapons and some clothing scattered on the cave floor. She walked a few paces and picked up one of the guns. Hey! This is a World War II infantry rifle. She pulled back the bolt and ejected a round. Still works. She looked down. Daggers, ammo belts, and check this out. She held up a rusted Roman sword. I'm guessing people have been dropping in or being pulled in here for a long time, Alex said. We make sure it stops today. Hooah! The Hawks replied. Belikov held up a thermal reader. There's a heat signature on the western wall where Saunders would have scaled down. Alex nodded. We head over. Everyone keeps their eyes open. These things have probably got tech we've never encountered before. Also, this Saunders and his mercenaries are not on the side of the human race. They will be unpredictable, Belikov added. So are we, Casey said, and followed Alex Hunter in. Alex held up a hand and stopped the group. They were in a tunnel, not a cave. He ran a hand down one of the walls. It looked smooth and more organic than stone or some form of metal. Somewhere along the way, we crossed from the sinkhole into the pyramid, he said quietly, and stood silently for a moment, listening. He then pushed out his senses, primarily looking for Joshua, but also scanning for any danger up ahead. Anything, boss? Sam asked. A lot of life emanations, but I can't see Josh. He turned and noted that the Russians had loaded grenades in the undercarriage of their guns. You're not firing grenades in here. Not until my son is out, he warned. One of the Russians snorted, and Alex allowed his helmet visor to slide back. He glared at the huge man, his eyes shining silver in the darkness. He pointed at his chest. Put it away, or I will kill you right here with my bare hands. The man stared for a moment. Do it, Casey said, low and mean. The Russian slotted the rifle and launcher over his shoulder. Belikov raised a hand. We understand. He growled something at his men, and all of them drew out sidearms. Belikov turned back. But we know that our small arms are ineffective against the many-legged things. So you must understand, if we are in a fight to the death, we will fight to ensure it is our adversary's death and not ours. Fine, but follow our lead. Alex turned away again. Because we brought lasers. HAWCs, lock and load. The HAWCs took out the field lasers, extended the barrel, and switched them on. A line of red lights ran up the tubular barrel of the weapons as they charged up. Alex waved them on, and the group moved further into the tunnel system. After several minutes, Alex stopped them at another side cave or room. This time he sensed an impression of his son. Franks, Linley. He went inside and waved Casey and Linley in with him. The room was empty, apart from piles of clothes and other detritus on the floor. Look, Casey said after a moment. Alex looked up at where she was indicating to see shoes stuck to a substance on the ceiling. Doctor, what do you think? Linley looked up for a moment. Reed, give me a hand. Sam grabbed the scientist around the waist and lifted him. Linley reached up and dragged one down, and Sam lowered him. Linley then felt the shoe bottom and looked at his hands. Something adhesive, looks biological. He handed it to Alex. I guess they've got to store their stock somewhere until they're ready to process it. Fuck, I want to kill these things. Casey bared her teeth. Then bring 'em back to life and kill them again. Alex examined the shoe. A woman's, modern design. Could have come from the downed flight crew. He let it drop, then scanned the ceiling again and stopped to stare. He then leapt up to grab a sneaker from the biological glue. He held it in his hands, his fingers gripping it tight. Joshua, he said softly. He closed his eyes, concentrating and trying to pick up any new information, but he got nothing. He then reached up to drag down the sneaker's partner and put them both in a thigh container on his heavy armor. He slowly turned to look into each of the corners of the room. They were here. Joshua was here. We're not far behind them. Alex headed out, picking up speed. And then they came to a split in the tunnel. Both options looked viable. Damn it, we don't have time for this. Alex seethed, but couldn't pick up which tunnel was his best choice. He turned. Casey, you get the Russians on door number 2. You got it, boss. She turned to Belikov. Okay, Boris, we're up. Belikov shook his head. No, we should not split up. No choice. These things may decide to leave soon, and we've got more work to do and little time. Alex looked from Casey to Belikov. Follow her lead. Meet back here in 15. He faced Casey again. If you find Joshua, don't wait for us. You get him out, understood? Count on it. She turned. Tight and close, comrades. Let's go. She vanished into the gloom of the right side tunnel. Belikov gave Alex a small salute, and then motioned for his men to follow. Alex then turned to the dark interior of the left side tunnel. Double time. He headed in, taking Sam, Clara, and Linley with him. Chapter 46. Saunders and Huang followed Winterson along the strange corridor that seemed to be built from a mix of organic growth and synthetic materials. The mercenary half turned. Getting hot in here, real hot. Like their home world, I imagine. Saunders didn't feel the heat and humidity in his temperature-controlled suit. Undoubtedly makes them more comfortable. It's not a problem. Well, I am not wearing one of those insulated tin cans, so I ain't comfortable. The mercenary spat. Plus, I've seen the weird bastards that come out of those pyramids, so I really hope you know how to talk to them. I believe I can now communicate with them, Saunders replied imperiously. But he knew that until he tried, it was all guesswork. You just concentrate on doing the job you're paid to do, Mr. Winterson, and I'll concentrate on doing mine. Winterson stopped and turned. Hey, I don't remember agreeing to getting my entire squad killed, or saying I'd join you in trying to make friends with some giant lizards. He exhaled through bared teeth. No money worth that. Saunders noticed the man sweated profusely now, and his face was pale as a sheet. Fear, no doubt, he thought. The man had worked for him for decades, and he had thought he was fearless. Obviously, everyone had their limits, he surmised. Please take a deep breath, calm down, and continue, sir, Saunders said forcefully. You do know I have no gun, right? Winterson walked closer to the pair of men. If we get attacked, we're sitting ducks. And don't forget, those fuckers are experimenting on people. You've seen those leg-arm monsters, right? Pfft! Huang waved it away. We also study species and experiment on them. Only a few years ago we were putting acid drops in bunnies' eyes, flu virus into beagle puppies. And do you not remember that picture of the human ear sewn to a mouse's back? Yeah, no doubt about you fucking scientists. Winterson turned to glare at the scientist. And by the way, notice how all those cases you mention involve pissant little animals. For all you know, that's the way these things might see us. Saunders met the mercenary's gaze. Listen, Mr. Winterson. There were 5 of you, now there is 1. That means you get to collect all their payments and bonuses as well as your own. A good and profitable outcome for you. Probably enough to retire on. Don't you agree, sir? Winterson seemed to think on it and then turned. Yeah, fine. But money's only good if you get to spend it. Which of course you will, Mr. Winterson. So please, lead us on. Winterson turned with brows knitted. And why am I leading? You guys are the ones wearing all the fucking armor, he grumbled. But he faced forward again and continued anyway. The trio passed several of the rooms that contained empty clothing, some new, and some little more than moldering rags. The air got thicker and hotter, the atmosphere more claustrophobic, and also it seemed to become oppressively dark in the corridors or tunnels. Winterson slowed, and then after a while stopped. "Can you guys keep it down?" he hissed. The two men who weren't used to the bulk of the envirosuits weren't navigating the spaces so well, and their armor scraped the walls. After another few minutes, Huang lifted a hand. "Hey, the suit's sensors are telling me there's something moving up ahead." "Mine too," Saunders agreed, and checked the other sensors. "Brilliant technology. I commend the U.S. military's research teams." "No charge," Huang sneered. "I've got life-form readings, non-human," Saunders intoned. "At last." "Shut up." Winterson turned again, grimacing. "This is starting to freak me out, and all I've got is a knife." He turned back for a moment before facing Saunders again. "You know what? I've changed my mind. You can keep your money. I didn't sign up for this shit." The pair of men said nothing. "Well?" Winterson asked. The mercenary then noticed that the pair of men were staring not at him, but right past him. Finally, Saunders spoke. "It seems our arrival has been noticed." Winterson spun around in the dark corridor as Huang backed up a step to get behind Saunders. The corridor was narrow, only about 4 feet wide, but if there was a ceiling in the area they were in, it was lost in darkness. Standing up ahead of them in the gloom was a being standing roughly 8 feet tall. 2 rows of eyes glinted redly, reflecting their lights like some sort of nocturnal animal. "Oh, God," Winterson gulped. Crowded in beside the huge being was something straight out of a Lovecraftian nightmare, a creature that was like a large brown and pink centipede, but smooth, with many legs at its back end, but rows of human arms and hands at its front. It had no eyes, or even a head that they could discern, but it seemed to wait on some dark command from its master. Winterson spoke out of the side of his mouth. "Hey, listen. If you can speak to these things, now would be a really good time." Saunders felt perspiration running down his sides in rivulets, even though the suit had an internal cooling system. He swallowed down his nervousness and tried to recall the words generated by a team of theoretical linguists created from the scroll language. He cleared his throat and then vocalized what he understood to be a greeting. "Salutations, O Great One." He had no idea if what he was saying was being pronounced correctly, or even what the cultural rules were on a first meeting with these creatures. but he got a response. The huge being craned forward. As it came nearer, the men held their breath. They now saw up close the tooth-lined, lizard-like snout. But that was where the resemblance to any earthly creature finished. "A god! Sobek!" Huang whispered. There were 2 rows of 3 red eyes that were like glistening blood-red rubies up each side of a long face that shone wetly, as though the interlocking scales were covered in some sort of secreted mucus or oil. Saunders theorized that as their own world was so dry, this would assist in helping them retain moisture. There were long arms at the shoulders, and then another smaller pair of arms extending from its sides. All 4 ended in wicked claws. The body itself was a dark, mottled green-black color, and Saunders couldn't tell if it was an armor-plated skin or if it wore some sort of suit. It loomed closer to Saunders, and Winterson stepped out of the way, keeping his back to the wall. The creature towered over them, and Saunders tried again, using different words and language patterns he had learned from the tomb scroll. He was desperate to introduce himself, and he wanted to let them know he was here to help. The words he chose next described them as being a helper, friend, or maybe even servant. This one elicited a response, as the thing's mouth opened, and it spoke in a hissing, sibilant tone. It repeated the words Saunders had used. "I knew it!" Huang clasped his hands together, as if in prayer. "Ladies and gentlemen, we now have open dialogue." Then the thing reached out a long arm, and its hand touched Saunders's armor, feeling it, pulling and pressing at different places. Saunders lifted his visor and allowed it to roll all the way back, exposing his face. The creature raised a long bony hand and almost gently caressed Saunders's flesh, feeling his cheek and then pulling his chin down to open his lips. Saunders half turned to speak out of the corner of his mouth. "Open yours, too," he said to Huang. "Let them see you." The scientist balked for a moment, but then allowed his visor to be retracted. He gulped. "I am on your side," Huang breathed. "Yeah, fuck that," Winterson said softly, and began backing away from the other 2 men. The thing turned to briefly examine the Asian scientist, and then it turned to Winterson, who pushed himself back even harder against the wall of the tunnel. The creature reached out to grasp him and feel his arms, pressing the muscles. "That's enough." Winterson knocked the long bony hand or claw away. The creature turned away briefly without saying a word. But the many-armed thing moved forward, silently and with a degree of agility that belied its large size. "Oh, fuck no." Winterson went to back up further, but Saunders got behind him, blocking him. "Stay calm. We're all friends here," Saunders said. Then the many-armed and legged thing grabbed at Winterson, holding his arms and clothing in many of its hands, and began to tug him toward it. "Get it the fuck off me!" Winterson screamed. "Let it happen," Saunders urged. "We're friends now." "Bullshit we are!" Winterson's voice was high. "Help!" The man tried to stab at it with his blade, but couldn't even cut the toughened skin. He was then dragged further by the centipede being, and Saunders nodded and then pointed to his own chest. "Friend, servant, slave," he said, in what he hoped was their language. He pointed at Huang, and then repeated the words. "Fucking help me!" Winterson dug his heels in, but he was no match for the thing's titanic strength. Finally, Saunders pointed at the retreating Winterson. "Not friend." He shook his head. "Not friend." "You fucking—" Winterson struggled, but he had no chance. "Asshole!" he screamed as he vanished into the gloom. "Yes, we are your friends." Saunders nodded vigorously. The creature seemed to think on it for a moment, before stepping forward to take Saunders by the hand. He also grabbed Huang's hand with one of his mid-arms. "He understood you," Huang said. "He's taking us with him." "We've been chosen," Saunders said almost dreamily. The creature led them away, like a parent might lead their children. Chapter 47. Joshua was making his way forward blindly now. He crawled on his hands and knees along the dark tunnel. He couldn't hear the thing that had been chasing him any more. But he also couldn't find Armina, and had no idea which direction to even look. He got the feeling his father was close now, and that gave him a sense of relief. But he didn't know if that was a true indication or not, as it was all still somehow blurry and obscured in his mind. For one stupid moment he worried about what his father would say about all the ways Joshua had let him down. Joshua exhaled. He didn't care. He'd take any punishment just to see him again and get home. Suddenly, thoughts of his home, his mom and dad, and his big dog clouded his mind, and he sniffed back wet tears. He swallowed the lump in his throat and tried to refocus. Joshua continued crawling until he came to an entrance from which emanated a soft light. He eased his head around the corner to peek inside, and saw that the light was coming from around the edges of some sort of large oval door. But he couldn't tell if it was open or not, because, at its center, it was nothing but pure blackness, and that blackness rippled slightly like liquid. While he crouched there, trying to see inside the open door to judge if it was a way out, he felt something soft alight on his shoulder, just where it met his neck. Something soft and slightly moist. At first he thought it might be Armina finding him, and for some reason kissing him. He turned, and then felt like an electric shock ran right through his body. It was one of the many-legged things, and what had touched him was the feeding tube that had extended like a trunk made of pink flesh and ribbed cartilage. Its end was puckering open and closed against his sweaty skin, and he didn't know if it was tasting him or trying to communicate. Instinctively he knocked it away, and then one of the thing's hands shot out to grab onto his forearm. Joshua pulled back, but he found the thing was immensely strong and hot, and in that moment of agitated contact he saw inside its mind, or rather its many minds, and found a layer of simple thoughts, of a desire for obedience, hard work, and food. But below that layer was something else. Joshua then saw flashes of men in uniforms fighting in the desert and driving trucks. "That was you, all of you," Joshua whispered. But then the visions vanished, as the creature's orders or objective crystallized in its simple layer of brain cells, and it tried to yank him backwards down the corridor. Joshua was extremely strong, but this thing was beyond him, and when a second hand grabbed at him, he began to panic. "Not going," he thought, and this time he flexed, and the arm that held him broke in several places, the sound of thick, snapping bones like new kindling breaking. But if the thing felt the damage, it never showed it, as it simply reached out with another set of arms. This time hands covered his face, grabbed at his collar, and he felt his legs begin to slip on the ground. The beast outweighed him by hundreds of pounds, and in seconds he was being dragged backwards. Joshua had time to suck in a deep breath and let out one screamed word, "Dad!" Sam saw Alex jerk upright, stagger momentarily, and then turn. "Got something?" Sam asked. "Yes, I think—" Alex closed his eyes for a moment. "Got him. It's Joshua, this way." He pushed past Sam, Clara, and Lindley, and began to sprint. "Ah, shit," Sam exhaled, knowing they'd struggled to keep up with him. "Let's go, Doc. Clara, see that he keeps up." The trio sprinted after Alex Hunter. Chapter 48. Casey held up her hand, and the Russians stopped behind her. "Something just up ahead," she whispered. She remained motionless for several moments, using her scanners, and then, eventually, lifted the visor off her face and sniffed. "Smells like someone's burning fresh shit in here." She waved them on. A moment later they entered a larger space, and she stopped them again and held up her motion tracker. "Movement." She moved the tracker slowly around, and then pointed it at the far side of the room. "I think we have company," Belikov said softly. He turned to murmur something to his men, who then pulled their heavier weapons from over their shoulders. A shadow within the shadows materialized out of the gloom, revealing itself to be one of the huge reptilian beings. Right behind it crawled one of the many-legged obscenities, acting like its attack dog. "Holy fuck," Casey whispered as she replaced her visor. "A controller and its pet." The muscular snout of the alligator-headed creature pointed at Casey, and the multiple red eyes almost seemed to burn in its face. It raised one long arm. "Here we go." Casey went to pull up her laser, but as she did, she was bumped to the side by the 6 huge Russians, who fully entered the room and fanned out, firing as they went. Casey spun back in time to see their rounds strike the thing but bounce off. And just then, the spider-like being shot forward in a blur of motion. "It's fucking armored, you morons!" she yelled, and was then overwhelmed by the brawny, many-limbed creature. It enveloped her, gripped one of her arms, both legs, and even in her power suit, it was able to use its bulk to begin to press her to the floor. With her single free arm, she reached into her belt for the only thing she could get hold of, a melt disc. Casey pulled out the metallic, puck-sized disc, initiated it, and then swung it up at the creature's torso, slamming it into its underside where it stuck. "Eat that, you mother." She grinned as the disc reached the end of its countdown and began its burn. Just as the abomination gripped Casey's other arm and began to drag her, the disc glowed white-hot, and then its searing heat spread to whatever it was attached to. The torso of the creature also glowed, smoke rose, and in seconds a bike-tire-sized hole opened on the thing, obliterating its internal muscle and skeletal structure. It collapsed, but Casey saw that it wasn't dead and was still trying to reach for her, even though its bone and muscle framework was gone. "Finish this," she thought, and pulled her laser, aimed, and fired a thin beam at the small glassine bulb on the creature's back. The bulb shattered, and the abomination collapsed. Casey was still down, and lifted her weapon to then target the tall reptilian creature, whose attention was still on the Russians, and struck its shoulder. The laser passed right through the flesh and bone. There was an unholy screech, and the thing held up a small object pointed at them, a weapon. Casey rolled across the floor and came to her feet, but behind her it struck two of the Russians, who simply ceased to exist. 1 second they were there, giving it all they had, and the next there was just a cloud of gray, sparkling dust floating to the ground. Even the men's weapons had been totally disintegrated. Another of the Russians charged the being. His fury roared in some sort of war cry. He had his gun in one hand and a long blade in the other. From 6 feet out, he dived. Brave fool, Casey thought, although she had to work hard to resist charging in herself. Fight smart, she cautioned herself, as she tried to get a clear shot at the monstrosity. But the Russian quickly found that just as his bullets were useless, his blade snapped against the tough body. The thing then grabbed the Russian in 4 arms and lifted him. Across the room, Belikov got to his feet, yelling and pointing his gun. But there was no shot, as his soldier was lifted higher in front of them, shielding the tall creature. The dagger-like fingers dug in, penetrating the armored suit the Russian wore. And then they pulled apart, ripping the man in half. Blood and entrails sprayed. Belikov yelled at his remaining men to take cover. They did, but they loaded their RPG launchers. Alex's orders or not, surviving took priority. Casey fired her laser again and again, but despite its size the thing was fast and had clearly learned to stay out of the laser beam's path. It turned and shot its energy beam at her, and once again she had to run, duck, dive to the ground and roll. But now down she was slower, and the creature sighted on her. It fired. The beam began to trace a line across the ground toward her body. Casey leapt out of the beam's way, just as a rocket tail left the RPG launcher of one of the Russians, and sped across the small room. "Shit!" she yelled and punched her visor button. Instantly it telescoped up over her face. The explosion was near deafening in the small space, and debris blew back at them. Casey's suit easily protected her. But as she got to one knee, she saw that all the surviving Russians were down and moving groggily. She spun back to locate the creature, but it was gone. Where'd it go? She leaped to her feet and searched the room. She saw no body fragments. They'd missed it. Damn it! She turned, knowing they'd fucked up. Element of surprise is now gone. Casey Franks lifted her comms and tried to contact Alex. But the system delivered nothing but crackling white noise inside the heart of the pyramid. Chapter 49. The many-armed creature dragged Joshua along the corridor and then began to speed up. He punched at it, trying to destroy more limbs, and even though he succeeded in damaging several, the thing was far more powerful than him and seemingly immune to pain, and simply continued its course to whatever destination it was being drawn to. After a few seconds, he found himself being hauled into a larger room, and there, standing beside one wall, was one of the horrifying alligator-headed beings. Joshua continued to wrestle with the many-armed thing holding him, panicking a little, trying to get away from the reptilian thing, because he felt an impression of malevolence from it that he had never felt in a sentient being before. Then the spider creature stopped and held Joshua out like an offering. "Get away from me," he said, as the reptile creature bent forward. It turned one of its rows of red, bead-like eyes on him with little interest. It reached out one long, taloned arm, and Joshua flexed, determined to bend or break the fingers off. The thing looked like it was momentarily in a high wind, and a nictating membrane slid over all 6 eyes as its movement slowed. But this lasted only a few seconds, and there was no damage to the creature. However, it did seem to spark the thing's interest. It reached out to grab Joshua with its pair of smaller mid-torso arms, and then lifted him to hold him in front of its face so it could examine him in detail. Then the long mouth opened, and Joshua thought he was about to be eaten. So he flexed again, causing the thing to shut its mouth with a wet snap. It hissed and made some sort of clicking, grunting noise deep in its throat. Joshua thought he must have intrigued it, as it continued to stare at him. "Let me go," Joshua demanded. The creature turned back to the entrance and stared for a moment as though listening. Then it put him down onto the ground while still holding onto him, and began to move off into the corridor, pulling Joshua with it. He beat it with his small fists, but it was too strong. He couldn't seem to make any impression on it, let alone slow it down. A few moments later, he found himself back in the room with the dark, liquid-looking doorway, and the thing was pulling him toward it. Joshua could then sense the alienness of what lay beyond that dark portal, and he jerked and tugged hard, but the tall creature continued to walk toward it, dragging a struggling Joshua with it. The doorway rippled like black water, and Joshua flexed and flexed again, but this time the creature ignored its effects. Joshua then reached across to grab its hand, hoping to at least bend back the iron-like grip of its fingers. But as soon as he laid hands on it, his mind exploded with images. He saw then their world, their plans, and worse, what this thing had in store for him. He was an oddity it had found among the human race, and therefore one it wanted to analyze. He saw himself stretched out on a bench top, his arms and legs tied down. His body was surgically opened, and his organs lay piled beside him on the bench. His entire head and face were gone, the brain dissected and pulverized, even his eyes, tongue, and ears, all segmented and scrutinized to try to establish what made him different from all the countless others. Joshua screamed and yanked his arm again and again until he felt his shoulder pop with pain. But the thing just gripped him harder and began to step through the black, bottomless-looking portal. Joshua's eyes went wide. No, no, no! And then they were gone. Incident 7. One step and 1,000,000 miles from home. Chapter 50. Alex heard the RPG detonation as he ran, and guessed the Russians must have been under attack. Otherwise, Casey would have kicked their asses for using their explosives against his orders. He came to a juncture and paused. He still couldn't sense exactly where Joshua was, but this time he had a clue. On the ground at the mouth of the left side tunnel, there was a scraped mark in the damp sludge on the floor, and he was sure it belonged to a kid's bare foot that would fit the sneakers he had with him. Good enough. He turned as he heard Sam coming at him fast. He waved him on. This way. Alex accelerated down the tunnel and soon picked up his son's trail. It wasn't a set of footprints, but more a stream of images, scents, and echoes, and all of them carried a perception of distress and fear. He sprinted hard and got to the dim, vault-like room with the familiar dark portal in it just seconds later. He stopped and turned slowly, looking for any sign of his son. "No," he whispered. "Please, no." Alex saw the swirling doorway, which looked like someone had disturbed a pool of black oil, exactly like the one in the pyramid in Australia. He walked toward it, already knowing what had happened. He slumped. He'd just missed him. Alex paced before the portal just as Sam arrived, followed by Clara and an out-of-breath Linley. Moments later, Casey and the remaining Russians joined them. "They must have gone through," Linley said. "They're getting ready to leave." Sam looked from the doorway to Alex. "Joshua?" "They've taken him. Through there." Alex stared into the dark void. "Without a suit," Linley exhaled. "Orders?" Sam asked. Alex turned. "I go get him." "We go get him," Casey corrected. "We need to shut the door," Linley said. "For good. If not, they'll be back again next Saros moon cycle, and perhaps next time with better defenses. This is why we are here." Alex turned to his team, his face furious and eyes like silver lights in the dark room, and one of the Russians cursed softly. "Hawks, muscle up. We take the war to them," Alex said. "Hua!" Sam, Casey, and Clara never questioned or hesitated, and quickly began checking their weapons. Alex took the MSB 136 from his back and checked it over for a few moments. He handed it to Linley. "I'm going to give us 30 minutes to find and retrieve my son. Inside that portal, you plant the bomb on the doorway and then evac, if possible." Linley nodded and held out his hands. He took the device and then looked up. "I assume this means you want me with you." Alex nodded. "Yeah, I want you with us. To use your big brain to help close that portal in case we can't. I won't make you come, but I need you." Alex waited. Linley nodded and returned a half-smile. "I wouldn't miss this for the world." He held up an arm. "Besides, I've been dying to see what these suits can do in boost mode." To the side, Belikov was talking to his remaining men, who also checked their weapons as they prepared. He then turned. "I'm coming." "No," Alex said. "You'll just get in the way." Belikov shook his head. "I have waited 20 years for this, to avenge my father. I will not be denied. My men will stay here as sentinels." Alex stared for a moment, contemplating it, and finally Linley broke the silence. "Your projectile weapons will be useless. The gravity will also distort their trajectory, and it will also drag you down. You'll feel like you are wearing lead weights." Belikov nodded. "Just me. My suit will give me some protection. I only need minutes." "Okay, you're right. I need your men as sentinels. If anything gets past us, you cannot let them back through. And if it's my son, take care of him." Alex then turned to the scientist. "Linley, give him your laser. Your priority is the bomb placement." "Thank you." Belikov smiled. "I promised to try and return it in one piece." "Ha!" Casey exclaimed. "I love you, Boris, but I think you should focus on you coming back in one piece." Alex looked back at the portal and spoke while staring into it. "Doctor, arm the bomb." Linley worked the dials and then lashed it to his back. "Done. 30 minutes and counting down." Alex sucked in a deep breath. "On my 3, 2, 1. He, Sam, Casey, Clara, Linley, and the huge Russian ran at the dark portal and vanished. Chapter 51. Colonel Jack Hammerson sprang forward. He had been sitting in the darkened room, staring into the distance. One entire wall of his office was a bank of screens. Some of them had landscape-level views of the Yemeni desert, but most of the satellite images were still nothing but confused static. However, one of the screens had the 5 lifelines showing for the 4 HAWCs and the scientist Linley, and they all suddenly went into flatline. "Whoa!" He exhaled loudly. "They've gone through," he thought. He continued to stare at the screen showing the 5 lines, and a terrible suspicion crept in. But what if they hadn't? What if the flatlining meant they were all dead, vaporized? He sat thinking for several seconds. There was always a plan B, and that was to drop an EPW, an Earth-penetrating weapon, commonly known as a nuclear bunker buster. The weapon was designed to penetrate soil, rock, or concrete, to deliver a nuclear warhead to an underground target, and could obliterate deep below-ground facilities. The resultant underground explosion also released significantly more detonation energy into the ground compared to a surface burst or airburst explosion. Anything and everything down there would be burned to hell. The plan was that if they caught them at the right time, the portal would be open and deliver a vent of superheated gases, radiation, and a percussive blast that might destroy the opposite-end doorway. Might. The Hawk commander reached for the phone, but then he paused, his hand hanging in the air. He also knew that if the doorway to their home world was closed, then they'd only be giving themselves a black eye. And if his hawks weren't dead already, they certainly would be after that. Hammerson slowly lowered his hand. He had no choice but to wait, for now. Dog came back online. It had been on guard duty at the rim of the well, ensuring nothing non-human breached the surface. But the moment Alex's thought patterns vanished from its sensors, its guardian protocols activated. Guard, protect, defend, independent action when required, desert terrain, full combat mode, maximum lethality. Shielding came up over the metallic canine's face and body, and in a blur of heavily armored steel titanium composite, it launched itself toward Alex Hunter's last known position. Chapter 52. Just as if plunging into water, Joshua sucked in a deep breath and then held it. But the sudden blast of furious heat burned his skin, and a fierce weight meant his joints ached from the strain. He remembered what he had done with the plane, and flexed to create a gravity and atmospheric bubble around himself that was like a tiny sphere of home while he was in... where? He kept his eyes closed to just slits as he looked around. He was in a blood-red world. He glanced up and saw that in the sky above him there were 2 suns, giant boiling fireballs, and all around him the sand dunes seemed to extend forever. They were on a path of stones that looked older than time itself, and behind him was the doorway, exactly like the one he had been dragged through, but now seeming to be nothing more than a 2-dimensional portal at the end of the path. Its surface still swirled like dark liquid, as if their passing through it had left ongoing ripples. He was in a procession of nightmarish beings. There were 2 of the alligator-head creatures, and dozens of the things like giant spiders, which he now knew were made up of people. Parts of people. They were all a little different. Some were long like centipedes, with long pads of muscles, with arms and legs protruding from each side. And some were rounded pillows of human torsos, melted together and surrounded by limbs. Further out there were other oddities. Perhaps a human head on top of one, and he was sure there were animal limbs and heads on a few others as well. The creature who had dragged him through the portal still held Joshua's arm, and he grabbed it now, knowing he could not escape its grip, but knowing he needed to find out more. He reached inside its complex mind and drew forth its thoughts, memories, and plans. With a shudder, he saw that these beings had been plundering our world and countless other worlds for millions of years. They had no respect for the beings they took, as they saw them as nothing more than donkeys, harvested to do their hard labor. He also saw that the ruined remnants of humanity that shuffled along the path would live for many centuries, until they literally rotted and fell apart. Their final reward was to be liquefied and then fed to the others. They were heading toward what looked like a city in the distance, and Joshua could see that some of the massive structures were pyramids that scraped the sky, with many more under construction. He could just make out that countless many-armed things were climbing up their gleaming sides, doing the building or repair work. From the 8-foot-tall creature that held him, its talon-like hands digging in, he sensed elation. Perhaps at being home, or perhaps because its slave-raiding visit had yielded more stock, more slave workers for its buildings. "Help me." Who'd said that? Joshua spun around. Armina? He frowned as he searched for her. It sounded like her voice in his head, but... Suddenly there came a deep, blaring horn sound, like a warning or distress alarm. The bass-deep sound rolled across the arid landscape, and he looked up at the creature holding him and saw confusion in its face, and perhaps what might have been fear. It spun, looking back the way they had come, toward the now distant portal, just as something else began to come through. Chapter 53. Alex was the first to land. He fell to his knees as the new gravitational pull took hold and made the weight of his own body feel colossal. Sam came through next, then Casey, Clara, Linley, and finally Belikov. Alex lifted his head and turned it slowly. Around him was a red hell of sand and gravel, and there were oily distortion waves in the air from the atmospheric heat. He sucked in a breath. Even in the mechanized suit, he felt his body being punished. Something worm-like burrowed toward him, and surfaced to fix a head like a remora on his glove, but it had no hope of penetrating the armor. Looking for fluids, Alex bet. He punched down on the revolting thing, crushing it to spill a sticky tar-like liquid onto the sand. Around him, more burrowed tunnels started to appear. "Get up!" he yelled to his team, and then struggled to his feet, using his own enhanced strength. Sam did the same, but he drew on his internal mech structure to combat the enormous gravity. But Casey, Clara, and Belikov stayed down. "Go to boost," Alex said. Each HAWC punched the button in the center of their chest, and immediately felt the armored suit's technology compensate for the gravity to give them increased strength and mobility. Only Belikov struggled, but he made it to his feet, his shoulders slumped. "It's heavy," he said, "and hot." "I warned you," Alex said. "You either stay with us and keep up or head back through. No passengers, there's too much at stake." "I keep up." The Russian sucked in a huge breath. "I only need to raise my gun arm, yes?" "It's 312 degrees, Linley said, as he read off more data from his forearm gauntlet. "And the atmosphere is as we expected. A mix of carbon monoxide, sulfur, methane, hydrogen, and only 15% oxygen. Not primordial, more industrialized, poisoned." "There are our targets," Sam said, pointing. In the distance there was a caravan, with several of the tall, lizard-like people among it, as well as dozens and dozens of the decrepit souls in spider form, now altered to suit the alien environment. They were heading toward a skyscraper city. "We can't let them get closer to the city. They'll likely have reinforcements," Alex said. Linley looked like he was struggling, even in his armored power suit. He turned to face the portal door and broke into a smile. Yes, as we suspected, it is a two-way gate. And look, it has many destinations for planet Earth. He stepped closer. But I'm sure these strange constellation maps are for other destinations, non-earthly. He turned. I'll bet these things have been poaching life forms from all across the universe. If we destroy the portal, will that stop them? Alex asked. I think so. If this is the only portal. Linley turned to him. Or until they can build another one. Then we close the portal and degrade their capability as well, Alex replied. At that moment, a pulse of pure energy came flying back to strike the ground between them. The red sand melted into a 5-foot round pool of dark, molten glass as the group hit the ground. Seems the welcoming committee has noticed us, Sam said. The group saw that the creatures from the caravan had been turned on them. They began to pick up speed. And here they come. Clara looked up. Lot of bodies coming this way. Good. More to kill, Casey replied. Chapter 54. The crawling horde rumbled toward them, falling over each other in their rush to get at the human beings. The only upside was that the gravity slowed them a little from the frantic, blistering speed they had had on Earth. But it still reminded Alex of when you poked an ant's nest and the insects came boiling out to attack the intruder. Use the lasers to hit the bulbs on their backs. It's their command center, Linley said. I'm good, but not that good, Clara replied. Alex agreed. The things were still too far out to try to hit accurately, let alone hit something the size of a thumb on their back. Clara fired anyway, and the laser's beam was a red-hot line of death, severing the legs on one side of her target creature and rendering it unable to balance or right itself. However, it still tried to drag itself toward them. That'll do in the meantime, Linley announced. Get behind us, Doc. You got some precious cargo there, Alex yelled. He aimed his weapon. Free fire. Give 'em hell. Casey fired again and again, her beam reaching out to touch on and sever multiple limbs. She lowered her weapon. Holy crap! You guys seeing this? In among the human spiders were larger creatures, some the size of elephants and some even bigger. They had shaggy-haired bodies and limbs, and some had armored shingles, as though they had once been monstrous armadillos. The results of their foraging on other worlds beside our own, I'll wager, Linley said. The HAWCs were staying down as more and more of the creatures came at them. For every single one they hobbled, another 2 took their place. They're just going to keep us bogged down here until their reinforcements arrive, Alex said. Sam, we go for the command structure. Let's take out the gatorheads. On it, Sam said, and rose to move up on the left flank. Alex did the same on the right. Both men began to run, as both had the benefit of the boost from their suits, but their own underlying power made them extremely formidable beings to begin with. Casey, Clara, and Belikov kept firing continual beams into the horde, and gave cover for Linley, who stayed behind them, but looked to be in awe of the Red World and its denizens. As Alex got closer, he saw something that filled him with hope. There was a sphere of swirling energy in among the group being led by one of the tall reptilian creatures, and he bet he knew what and who was causing it. Joshua! He began to run even harder toward the oncoming mass of creatures, with Sam trying to keep pace, but inevitably falling behind without Alex's blistering enhanced speed. Alex dodged the pulses of energy flying past him, knowing that a direct hit would vaporize him and doom Joshua to whatever fate they had in store for him. But then he was 50 feet out, 20, then 10, and then he leaped at the seething mass of many armed and legged creatures. When Alex landed, it was literally upon them, since so many of them were massed together that they were jammed in tight against each other's bodies. So he simply ran across their backs, and as he did so, he pointed his laser at the beasts and held the trigger down so the beam cut a deadly line right through their thickened flesh and bone. Even the toughened skin and heavier internal structures were no match for the condensed light beam that sliced away limbs and cut some of the creatures completely in half. Beneath him, the spider beings threw up dozens of arms, but Alex was too fast, and no matter how strong they were, the higher gravity had slowed even these abominations down. Alex then leaped from their backs to the planet's surface, and in seconds had closed in on the main group. Keeping his eyes on the ball of energy he prayed had his son cocooned within it. "Dad!" The single word said by his son generated a feeling of elation and fury within Alex that he had never felt before. His teeth clenched hard, and tears of rage came to his eyes as his feet pounded down in a blur on the hard-packed red surface. He glanced up to see a pulse of energy coming at him from the creature that held on to his son, and he dived to the side, allowing it to pass by him. "Kill it, Dad! Kill them all!" Alex dived, opening his arms wide, and then he was on it. He caught the thing in the midsection, where the small set of arms immediately gripped him. He felt the talons scrabbling against the heavy armor he wore, and the alien was strong, but not strong enough to breach the special plating. At the same time, it used its powerful upper arms to try and tear the helmet from his head. But Alex had a furious power beyond that of any other human being it had ever encountered, and that must have confused it. Each of Alex's blows cracked bones and ruptured skin, and after just a few moments, the reptilian being's movements got weaker. As he began to overpower the creature, Alex saw that in one of its hands was a rounded object he assumed was the device that sent out the deadly energy pulses. He grabbed the wrist that held it and exerted all his strength on it. Satisfyingly, he heard the bones break, and the object fell to the ground. The reptilian monster tried to strike him, rake at him, but Alex tightened a fist and clubbed at its head, smashing it, as the thing hissed and even resorted to trying to use its long-toothed snout to bite at his head and arms. It finally went down with Alex on top of it, and its movements slowed. Never had Alex wanted to destroy something as he did now. And finally, when the thing lay back, defeated, there was one more thing he wanted to do. Alex retracted his face shield as he stared into its face. He held his breath and felt his skin burning as his eyes were being seared. But he wanted it to see him, wanted it to know. "You picked the wrong world." He punched down with all his power into the chest, breaking through the alien's rib cage, and his hand reached the soft heart within. He grabbed it and felt it beating in his hand before he brought his fingers together, crushing the organ. The monster fell back, but kept moving, and Alex wondered whether it may have more hearts, or if the organ he destroyed wasn't a heart at all. Alex then replaced his visor and closed his seared eyes, and waited as the blistered skin on his face repaired. But a thought intruded. Finish it. Was it his own inner voice or Joshua demanding it? It didn't matter. He opened his healed eyes and looked down into the 6 red eyes of the beast. Then, grabbing both sides of the monster's head, he placed one heavy boot on its chest and wrenched with all his strength. With a tearing of flesh and snapping of bone, he ripped the head completely from the body. Ochre blood spattered the red sand, where the small, grub-like burrowers immediately appeared to suck it down. He stood, breathing heavily, dark blood covering his body and one arm to the elbow, and he held the ripped-free head by the worm-like protuberances on the top that had all now stopped their wriggling movement. The others in the caravan were frozen in place as they watched, and after seeing what had happened, they didn't stay to help, but simply sped up their journey toward the city. Alex reached down to pick up the thing's round pulsar and jammed it in behind one of his chest plates. He looked up to see that the last retreating reptilian creatures were still firing pulses, but they weren't aimed at him, but at his team. "Dad! Dad!" Beside him, Joshua's protective sphere began to wane and shrink, and Alex threw an arm out. "No, Josh, keep it up." Alex reached in to carefully pierce the cloud with one arm and grasped his son's hand. Sam sprinted up to the pair. "Clock's ticking, boss. We got 12 minutes until the doc gives us boom time." He looked into the cloud and lowered his head toward it. "Hey, Josh, how's your day been?" "Very bad," the boy replied, but managed a weak smile. Alex checked his gauntlet and saw the minutes ticking down way too fast. "Go, go, go!" he yelled. He grabbed Joshua and lifted him, and then looked down at the monster's head lying on the red soil. He snatched it up in his other hand and looked to the retreating creatures. "Now for the rest of you." The pair of HAWCs stood, with Alex holding Joshua's hand to guide him. A few pulses still passed over their heads from the creatures who were now rapidly vanishing in the distance. The pair looked back to their group to see Dr. Linley standing by the portal, still holding the MSB-136. When he met their gaze, the scientist urgently waved them over. In the next second, a single pulse from the Sobek creatures went past Alex and Sam and touched the scientist. One instant he was there, and the next, he and the bomb had both vanished into a cloud of glittering gray powder. Back on the Earth side of the portal, the Russians spun away from the liquid-looking doorway to face the dark interior of the pyramid, and raised their weapons at the sound of something coming at them at top speed. Only seconds later, the canine droid raced into the room, and one of the men fired instinctively, but the bullets glanced off the dog's hardened armor. Dog ignored them, and without slowing it headed straight for the portal, toward the last traces it could detect of Alex Hunter. In a blink, it launched itself at the dark doorway and was gone. One of the Russians straightened and half turned to his colleague. "I don't know if that is a good thing or bad." Chapter 55. Alex and Sam stared at each other for a moment after Dr. Linley had been vaporized, with their bomb. "Well, shit. Now what?" Sam asked. "We do it the hard way," Alex replied. "Just got to send someone home first." Alex lifted Joshua and sprinted back to where Casey, Clara, and Belikov stood. "He's gone!" Casey yelled. "Those sons of bit—" "Forget it," Alex said, and pointed to the open portal. "You have new orders, Lieutenant." Casey came to attention, and Alex led Josh to her. "Get Joshua back through the portal, ASAP." For a split second, Casey looked crestfallen that she wasn't going to be able to fight. But she threw it off as she realized the importance of her task. "You got it, boss." She looked at Joshua. "Hey, kid, time to go home." "Armina," Joshua said, and turned to look around. "I sensed her. I think she's here." "If she's here, I'll find her," Alex said. He looked Casey dead in the eyes. "I'm betting the Russians have plenty of F-1 grenades. That right, Captain?" he asked Belikov. "Yes, plenty," the Russian replied. "Good." He checked the time, then faced Casey again. "If we're not back in 20 minutes, rig a single device with all of them, and you use it to shut the portal on the non-Earth side. You got it?" She stared back for a moment before nodding once. "Sir." Alex pointed at Belikov's chest. "Make it happen. Your work here is done." He then tossed Belikov the creature's head he was carrying. "For your father." Belikov caught it. The big Russian nodded as he stared into its rapidly dimming eyes. "Mudak." He then tucked the head under his arm like a football. He reached out to knock fists with Alex, then handed over his laser. "A pleasure to have met the Arcadian." He went to turn away, but paused. "You live up to the stories, Captain Alex Hunter. The man who cannot be killed will surely return." He saluted and turned away. Maybe, Alex thought. And just as Casey went to head home, he yelled to them, "Joshua!" Casey paused and turned while holding the boy. Alex couldn't bring himself to say anything else, so he just raised a hand. Joshua did the same. Alex swallowed down a huge lump in his throat. "Franks?" he said, and Casey nodded and began to sprint back to the dark portal. Alex watched the trio head toward the doorway. He knew they would make it, and he felt a huge weight lift from his shoulders as his son would be safe. He wanted to wait until they passed through, but seconds mattered now. Alex then turned to hand Sam the extra laser. "You get 2. Make it count." Sam took the weapon, holding one in each hand. "Just let me at them." "What's the plan, boss?" Clara asked. "We run 'em down. Try and avoid the spider bodies and just take out the lizards. They're the threats. We take them down, we win the day." He handed Clara his laser. "You also get 2. She took it but looked up. "What about you?" Alex reached behind his chest plate and retrieved the alien pulsar he had taken from the creature. "Don't worry, I'll be taking more heads as well." He looked toward the towering city. There must be a command center in there. We find it and destroy it, and the threat to Earth is over." As he lowered his hand, he felt an odd, grinding drag on the arm of his suit's armor. And then he knew. The heat was degrading their suit's electronics. They were designed for a burst of power, not continual combat mode. "Our time's running out," he said. "We'll never make it to the city, find the command center, and be back at the portal before Casey blows it," Clara said. "Maybe not," Alex replied. "But I meant the suits are wearing out. If they stop working, we'll be marooned in them." Sam groaned. "This day sure ain't getting any better." Alex turned back. "Then let's get this done." They ran hard, the suits doing most of the work, and they ate up the ground quickly. As they raced to the gleaming city of towering pyramids, Alex saw that the few remaining many-legged things moved out of their way and seemed only interested in stalking, machine-like, back to their city. He thought he saw that one of the multi-armed and legged things had something attached or growing from its back that could have been a human head, but he couldn't quite make out what it was. Nevertheless, he sensed something from it, something familiar. But Alex ignored it, as they had more important priorities. "Boss," Clara yelled, "getting real hard to move back here." Alex nodded. "It's the atmosphere, the sulfur and the heat. They must be eating the electronics." He and Sam began to outpace Clara, but they still had a mile to go to catch up to the caravan, and then miles more to the city. Even Alex knew it was going to be impossible to return before Casey blew the portal. And there was something else. "Sam, Clara, tell me what you think that is." He pointed to the sky ahead of them. The female hawk engaged her helmet's vision amplification. Over the city, a shimmering dome was beginning to form. "I know what I think it is. We've spooked them enough that they're dropping a force field over the city. They're shutting the door on us." "Yeah, that's what I thought." Alex squinted into the distance. "They've kept a small section open for the caravan to enter. I'm betting once they're through, the entire thing will seal, with us on the outside." "Something else," Sam said. "I see a line of spiders pouring from the city. It seems we're about to face their major response. They want to slow us down, keep us away from their home base." "Those bastards use those slave things as their attack dog army as well," Clara spat. Alex turned slowly. "Hey, something's happening." Around them, the ground began to rumble. Alex held his arms out to keep balance, but sensed something was coming, something really big. "Incoming!" Sam yelled, and dived to the ground. Then the behemoth arrived. The hard-packed red earth exploded around them as something emerged that was like a massive whale breaching the ocean surface. Except this beast had long, scaled legs. On the end of each were several curved talons. It seemed to be based on the same morphology as the human derivatives. However, as this thing dragged itself to the surface, they saw that its body was bigger than a school bus. "A giant!" Sam yelled. "Like Linley told us." Alex began to back up. "This must be an amalgamation of beings from another world." The creature was heavily armored, and looked more like a crab as it shook itself free from the red dust. But it seemed the reptile creatures hadn't finished sending in their shock troops, because further out another monster breached the sand's surface. The new monstrosity was a similar design of multiple arms or legs, but was covered in thick, wiry fur. And where the armored creature was big, this one was a land leviathan and the size of a city block. Holy shit! Clara lifted her 2 laser rifles. Cutting time! She fired a double beam at the thing. The beams struck, burned, and punched through, but they were pinholes to the gargantuan. It must have felt them, though, because Clara got a response. It leaned around toward her, and from the front end they could see another of those retractable mouths. They soon learned this one had another use. The beast aimed itself at Clara, who stood with legs planted, still firing her condensed light into the massive mountain of hair and flesh. Then the creature suddenly vomited or spat a stream of green-hued slime that struck Clara and about 20 feet of ground around her. Immediately, smoke began to rise from the red sand, and then her armored suit. It was like a sticky glue, and it clung to her frame, and she wiped at it. Then, more frantically. "Boss, got a problem here," she said quickly. Oh shit, Alex thought. He could see one of the plates on her arm begin to soften, as though it was made of wax left out in the hot sun, and then some sort of gas started rising from it. More alarmingly, her helmet began to do the same. Without her armor, she'd be dead in minutes, if not seconds. Sam was the first to reach her, and held her as she threw her head back in pain. The armored plates began to open holes that allowed in the planet's furious heat and toxic gases. Above them, the colossal beings hadn't finished, and the one that had spat its acid onto Clara began to ready itself again, this time probably hoping to cover Sam as well. Alex lifted the Sobek creature's pulsar and fired it. A ball of energy shot from the puck-like thing and struck the side of the furred creature. Flames rose from the impact site, and he saw a red-raw manhole-sized cavity had been excavated into its skin. A whining scream of pain filled the air, and the monster shuddered a little, as though preparing to move off, but then began to swing back, as if it had changed its mind. Alex wondered if perhaps it, too, had a glass bulb pressed into its surface that commanded it to continue its attack, no matter how much pain and damage it absorbed. Alex looked down at the puck weapon and saw on the side a dial with a row of small lights above it. An energy calibration, he wondered. He'd soon find out. He pushed it up to the maximum setting, aimed and fired again. A pulse left the tiny device and grew larger in the air. By the time it had traveled the distance to the creature, it was roughly the size of a truck wheel. It struck the side of the shaggy colossus just as it was lowering its front end towards Sam and Clara, and there was a blast of flesh and burned fur. Then the thing staggered to the side, revealing a gaping hole in its body easily 20 feet across. The red and dripping meat inside the gigantic wound sparkled as it continued to burn away, but it soon turned black as it dried. "That'll do," Alex thought, and immediately swung the pulsar to the other creature, which was smaller and which so far had been constrained by the size of the bigger beast leading the attack. Alex fired again, and this time when the ball of energy struck, the entire midsection of the armor-plated creature was vaporized, leaving just a lot of light pole-sized hard-shelled legs standing that collapsed inward like a forest. Alex ran to Clara, who lay moaning on the ground. Already other holes were opening on her chest armor and helmet, and the hellish atmosphere and heat were reaching her body. Sam quickly stuck magnetic patches on the largest holes, but more of the suit was beginning to soften. He turned. "Gotta evac her, boss." He then faced the alien city, which was still half a mile away. Alex turned to see the last of the many-legged creatures streaming through the remaining hole in the force field. It was now only about 20 feet wide, and he knew that even if he sprinted, he'd be lucky to make it through. "Take her." Alex stood, judging the distance. "What? Boss, come on, this is futile." Sam lifted Clara in his arms. Alex looked at the timer on his gauntlet. There was just on 11 minutes until Casey blew the gateway. Enough time for Sam and Clara to get out, but not enough for him to make it to the force field and then back. What damage could he do to them? He had no planet-busting bomb and only a single pulsar. But maybe he could cause them enough damage that they might think twice about coming back. Alex tried to think of other options, but there were none. "Gotta go, boss." Sam stepped closer. "Come on!" "Damn it, I need more—" Alex frowned. "What the hell?" Sam turned. Sprinting across the red sand was an object that became more familiar the closer it came. Alex grinned. "Dog!" In seconds, the droid skidded to a halt in front of him and sat looking up, waiting for his command. Alex bet that if it had had a tail, it'd be wagging it. He remembered how the droid he'd worked with before, Sophia, had ended her artificial life, and an idea came to him. "Dog, critical mission." The droid stood to attention on its 4 legs. Alex crouched, looking into its armored face. For some reason, he felt the need to put a hand on its head as he spoke to it. "Go through the opening in the force field, maximum speed. Enter city." He drew in a deep breath, feeling a pang of loss already. "Find the energy center, and then detonate internal fusion reactor." Dog looked back at him, its eyes glowing. There was no regret or challenge, just a desire to follow Alex's orders. Alex got to his feet and pointed to the city. "Engage order." The little droid sprinted away in a blur. "Hell yeah." Sam still cradled an unconscious Clara. "Eat that behind your force field, you bastards." Alex watched the dog sprint towards the closing hole in the force field for a moment more. He then glanced at his timer. 6 minutes, Sam. Let's leave nothing in the tank or we're here for good." "Not even a nice place to visit," Sam said, and began to run, carrying the female hawk in his arms. As the pair of hawks ran, Alex could hear Sam's armor begin to grind and complain. He felt his own doing the same. It'd be a race, not just between them and Casey's orders to blow the Red Planet's portal, but between them and their suit armor's integrity. Every step they took brought them closer. But every time Alex looked, it seemed their escape route through the dark oval portal was going to be 100 steps too far. Chapter 56. Belikov dived through the gateway, followed by Casey Franks, who dragged Joshua with her. The glowing sphere around the boy immediately dissipated, and he lay on his back, sucking in huge breaths and with blood streaming from his nose. The skin on his face was red, blistered, and peeling. "You're okay, kid." Casey pushed herself to a sitting position. Smoke rose from her armored exoskeleton. She watched the boy as the blisters on his face popped, dried, and then vanished. Just like his father, she thought. Dad! Joshua got to his feet, but he looked hunched and weak. He stood in front of the portal's seemingly bottomless dark void. He'll be fine, Casey said, but she doubted that was going to be the reality. She checked her gauntlet. Time was fast running out until she was due to blow the portal. Belikov got to his feet and held up the still-dripping reptilian head in front of his remaining team. The other Russians cheered the trophy, and Belikov shook it. "Don't fuck with Mother Russia!" he yelled, and shook the still-bleeding body part again. "Hey, stop patting yourself on the back, Boris. We ain't done yet," Casey said. "Everyone, give me their grenades right now. I need to splice them into a single detonation device and then blow it on the far side of the portal. Destroy it from their end." She walked up to the dark portal, remembering what Linley had told her about closing it. It needed to be closed before she detonated the device, or the blowback would come right back into their faces. Still doable, she thought. The men began pulling out their reserves of the powerful Russian F1 grenades, which were silver canisters about half the size of soda cans. Belikov helped Casey quickly bind and wire them together, and then he placed a single timer on top. "Time?" Belikov asked. Casey checked her gauntlet timer and then cursed softly. 3 minutes. She sighed. "And Sam and the boss have got to be back in 2 minutes 59 seconds. The Russian said it. "Done." He handed the loaf of bread-sized kit to her. "It is all in God's hands now." Casey nodded and took the package. She turned it over. "There's no clamp or magnetic pad." She tilted her head back on her shoulders. "I'm going to have to hold this mother in place as I shut the portal." Belikov turned to her and smiled. "I think that might sting a little." Dog moved at a blistering speed, avoiding being blasted, and making it through the hole in the force field with inches to spare. It then used its sensors to find the area within the city that was generating the greatest form of energy. The powerful, canine-shaped android used its lasers to cut through walls, doors, and to slice in half any life form that got in its way. When it found the generator room, it stopped and faced the machines. Behind it there was the pounding of running feet from all manner of grotesque creatures. Dog repeated its very first underlying protocol: protect, defend, destroy. It became motionless, but then all its armor peeled back to reveal a glowing heart, its fusion reactor, at its center. The heart glowed, hotter and brighter, and then detonated. Everything inside the dome force field was vaporized in a blast that was hotter than the sun. The skyscraping pyramids, the thousands of alligator-headed beings, as well as the countless multiple-limbed creatures created to be their eternal slaves. They all ceased to exist. The force field contained the blast and magnified it internally. When the mist of chemicals and heat finally dissipated, all that remained was a giant lake of molten slag, which would one day cool to a smooth sheen of nothingness. Out on the blood-red plain, there was still an army of the many-legged creatures. They froze in place as their orders stopped being received. Chapter 57. Alex and Sam ran, but they were slowing. Even the enormous strength of both men had finally been worn down, exactly like their suits, which began to change from lifeboats of superpowered armor and a life-sustaining atmosphere to cumbersome anchors. It was a race now to beat them, becoming their coffins. Alex looked at his gauntlet. 2 minutes. Let's lift it, Reed. Both men put everything in as they closed the gap. 100 yards, 80, 50. The legs of Alex's suit stiffened up, and he had to fight them to keep them moving. 30 yards, 20, 10. Go! Alex yelled as Sam dived, still holding the unconscious form of Clara. Both of them vanished through the oval gate. Alex turned briefly and saw the massive pyramid city within the dome of its force field glow like the center of a sun. "Good boy," he said, knowing Dog had done its job. Then the force field over the doomed city vanished, and a shockwave erupted toward him in a wall of explosive power. Alex turned and dived through the portal. Alex hit the ground and felt instant relief as he went from burning red heat to darkness and cool. His armor popped and creaked from the change in temperature. He turned. "Close it!" he yelled. "On 5, 4, Casey yelled. She sucked in a huge breath, steeling herself, and then put her hand through the portal, clamping the suit's armored glove onto the red world side of the portal frame, with the bomb held in it. She shut her eyes and spoke through gritted teeth. 3, 2... "What the hell are you doing?" Alex jerked forward. 1, Casey yelled. The portal center swirled, and then solidified to become a hard surface, taking Casey's arm with it. Casey fell back, her bleeding stump spurting blood in an arc in the air. Her eyes bulged as she held her cleanly severed forearm and made a hissing sound from between her bared teeth. She held the stump out. "Sam!" Casey turned away as Sam Reed immediately pointed his laser at the spurting half-limb and fired a thin beam, cauterizing the massive wound. "God damn it, Franks!" But Alex knew what she had done and why. He hated to see it, but understood she wouldn't have done it if it wasn't necessary, and any one of them would have done the same. "You know me," she said through a pain-racked grimace. "Always wanting to be the center of attention." Alex searched for Joshua and saw the boy slumped against one wall. His son gave Alex a weak thumbs up, and Alex rushed to him, lifting him and hugging him. "You made it," Joshua said. Alex put his son down and looked into his face. "You know I would cross worlds to keep you safe. And I did." He smiled, and Joshua burst into tears and held on to his father. "Hey." Alex held him at arm's length, and then reached into the pocket on his thigh to draw forth Joshua's shoes. "You forgot these." Joshua took them. And then they both saw that the soles were melted. "They're still good," he said, and sat to put them on. Alex looked to Sam, who was leaning over Clara. "How is she?" Sam had pulled the helmet from the female hawk's head, and she murmured but remained unconscious. "Burns to her exposed skin, and she sucked in a lot of the toxic gas, so I'm betting she has some lung damage." He nodded to Alex. "But I think she'll make it." The 3 remaining Russians and the wounded Casey looked from the gateway to Alex. "Did it work?" Casey asked. Did we blow the portal and close it? Alex exhaled. Probably, but with the portal closed, for all we know, that detonation occurred 1,000,000,000,000 light-years away from us. He walked forward to lay a gloved hand against the now hard door. We won't know for sure for another 18 years, when the next Saros eclipse cycle occurs. He turned back to them with a grim smile. But I saw their city burn. There's nothing left. Hua! Casey and Sam said. Alex leaned over and helped Casey up. She stood, her face drained of color. All right, soldier? He asked. She gave him one of her smiles that, with the scar on her cheek, looked like a sneer. How do I look? Alex put a hand on her shoulder. Like someone who just saved our world. Boss. She straightened. I feel better already. Alex stared at the dark portal. The city is gone, and all those souls trapped as slaves are now free. But if somehow they return, then we'd better be ready for them, because next time they'll come back pissed off as all hell. We'll be ready. Belikov held up the severed head. By the time they return, we will know 100 ways to kill them. Keep us informed. Alex looked hard at the Russian, who nodded. Joshua stood and came and put an arm around his dad's waist, and Alex looped an arm over the boy's shoulder. Joshua looked up at him, and his mouth turned down. I still can't find Armina. We'll do a last sweep to clean up. If she's here, we'll get her, Alex said, but then shook his head. But if she isn't, I know. Joshua turned away. And no, we won't find her. I think she's gone. Alex nodded, and just hoped that if she wasn't here, then she was dead. Chapter 58. I can't see, Philip Huang said, or thought he said. Can anyone hear me? Yes, no. Bradley Saunders felt the hot sand beneath his hands and feet. He felt strange, strong but somehow bound, and so crowded in it made him feel claustrophobic. It was like being stuck in an overcrowded car where he controlled some of the parts, but not all of them. And he was hungry, all the time. Where are we? Huang asked. Don't you know? Saunders thought as his reply. He began to laugh, but only in his mind. And maybe he would have cried as well if he'd had eyes. We got our wish. What? Please tell me, Huang begged. I feel strange. Am I dreaming? No dream. We wanted to help the Sobek people, the gods. Saunders giggled. And now we can, forever. You mean... Oh no, not that, Huang begged. You wanted to know if these many-armed constructs could think and retained any of their memories, Saunders replied. Now you know the answer to those questions. More voices chimed in, some speaking Arabic, some English, and all were a confused babble. Huang began to weep as another voice wafted across their collective consciousness. Is my father there? The small voice asked. I'm scared. I can't see anything. She started to wail. It's best you can't, Saunders replied softly. I want to go home, the girl's voice begged. You are home, Saunders replied. Obey, came the command. All the voices were immediately silenced, as the glassine orb pressed into their flesh, sent a pulse of pain through the heavily muscled back and along the cranial mass. After the city was destroyed, other cities across the planet took control of them. Commands were received, and all the drones complied, turning to the western horizon and the location of the next great city. The many-legged and armed creature turned to follow the herd to the horizon, to the centuries of slavery ahead of them. Chapter 59. 1 month later, Russian Ministry of Defense, Kamovniki District, Moscow. Belikov crossed to the special freezer he had installed in his office and opened the door. He smiled in at the alien head before lifting it out. He then carried it to a table and set it on a wooden block on top that he'd had specially made. The Russian sat down in the soft brown leather chair he had pulled up in front of it and stared at his trophy for a long moment, noting its long reptilian form, the teeth a little more needle-like than a normal alligator's, and the rows of eyes, 2 rows, running up each side of its snout. The eyes were dull now, but there was still a pink blush just retreating from the red glow they'd had when the creature was alive. On top of the head were the worm-like growths. Some sort of hair, he wondered, or feelers? He had no idea. The Russian reached out to touch the skin. It was hard and cold, but he felt the bumps of the tiny scales and the bones beneath the skin. He knew he needed to hand it over to the science division so they could understand exactly what the thing was, how it had evolved, and also what its genetic, physical, and cellular processes were. Basically, if these accursed creatures ever returned, they needed to know how to kill them faster. All in good time, though, because there was one important thing he needed to do first. Major Nicholas Belikov, Russian Special Forces, rose from his chair, grabbed a bottle of vodka from his shelf, and poured 2 double shots. He then pulled the leather chair up even closer to the decapitated head and sat, staring at it for a few moments longer. Belikov placed 1 shot glass in front of a photograph of his father, and the other he raised high. For my father, Yuri Chernov, and all those lost in the Caucasus that day. He sculled the glass's contents and then slowly lowered it. His face became serious as he stared hard into the monster's milky eyes. You fucked with the wrong world this time. He leaned forward to smile cruelly into the beast's lifeless face. I hope you do come back, because I'll be waiting. Chapter 60. Buchanan Road, Boston, Massachusetts. Alex saw her through the window. Amy was pacing on the front porch and stopped as their black SUV pulled up. There she is. Go, he said. Behind him, the rear door was kicked open, and Joshua exploded from inside. Mom! Amy burst into tears and sprinted toward him across the front lawn, arms outstretched. Though the boy was nearly as tall as she was, she managed to catch him in a bear hug and spin him around. Alex felt a lump come to his throat. She kissed his head, ruffled his hair, then held his cheeks as she looked deep into his face to examine every tiny scratch, abrasion, or bruise, as only mothers can. Alex turned to shake the hand of his senior officer. Thank you, Jack, he said. No, thank you, Arcadian. Colonel Jack Hammerson hung on to his hand. Because of you, once again our world rests easy. He glanced out at Amy. And no one will ever know what you sacrifice. Alex smiled flatly. That is our way. Alex then stepped out and watched Amy and Josh a moment more. Then from inside the house there came a noise like thunder, as if everything was being knocked over and smashed, and the screen door was blown off its hinges as the huge animal came off the deck like a 250-pound missile. "Incoming!" Josh yelled, as he let go of Amy and the dog crashed into him, knocking him flat. Tor then lay on top of him, licking his face to the sound of Josh's wild laughter. Amy turned to Alex then, her cheeks still wet. She smiled, ran toward him and grabbed him, and kissed him hard on the mouth. She pulled back. "I knew you'd get him. Only you could." She grabbed his hand and dragged him closer to Josh and Tor. She pointed. "Don't let him grow up without you. Don't miss the best years of your and his life." She looked up at Alex and squeezed his hand hard. "And mine." Alex understood at that moment that this was his life and his world, and nothing was more important. "I'm never going away again," he said. "What?" Her brows shot up. "You promise?" He nodded. "I'm resigning. I'm done." She squealed and hugged him, covering his neck in kisses. I love you." She then pushed him back a step and lifted her arms in the air. "Okay, everybody in the house," she yelled. "It's party time." "Come on, Dad." Josh ran to the house, followed by the huge animal. Alex jogged behind him, and when he was on the porch, he turned to see Amy facing the dark SUV. Inside, Hammerson saluted her, but she just stared, her expression like stone, and she slowly turned away without acknowledging him. All things change, Alex thought, as he watched the SUV drive off. Amy came and looped an arm around his waist and beamed up at him. He held her face. "Nothing in this world could make me leave you and Josh ever again." He kissed her, and then took her hand, and together they headed inside their house. Epilogue. Edge of Sabine D. crater, southwestern part of Mare Tranquillitatis, the moon. The Chinese lander slowed as it approached the lunar surface. Commander Ying Jiang commanded the ship himself, assisted by co-pilot Zhang Jun. They counted down as the ship approached the glittering purple-gray surface, which now swirled below them as the thrusters worked hard to allow them to gently lower the heavy lander. Zhang Jun counted down. 5 meters, 4, 3, 2. The struts kissed the lunar surface, and then the hydraulics compressed to take the weight. The engines cut off, and once again there was stillness on the tiny gray astral body. The pair of men turned to high-five each other, and then quickly sent a message back to the Chinese National Space Administration in Haidian District, Beijing. Commander Ying Jiang and Zhang Jun sat staring out at the eerie silence, and simply moved their eyes over the craggy surface with its sharp ridged craters and almost liquid-looking flat surfaces that sparkled with different mineral dusts. "We're really here," Shang Jun said. The commander nodded. "Better late than never." He peered out at the surface again. "But since the Russians and Americans have abandoned the moon, then it is only right that we should stake a territorial claim over it." He turned, grinning. "He who has the high ground has the advantage." The men high-fived again, and Yin Jiang uncoupled his harness. "Retrieve the flag. I'm going to plant it." "I should come. Second man out, of course," Zhang Jun said hopefully. Yin Jiang thought for a moment and decided it couldn't hurt. "Yes, you can take my photograph, but you are not to be in the picture." At the edge of the crater, a brushed silver metallic body remained totally immobile while watching the lander with a focused intensity. It had picked up the Chinese communications from the lander when they were still in orbit. The language was just one of the many stored in its linguistic database. It could even tell from the dialect which province the men came from. It watched as the hatch opened, and the two men came down the ladder, with the usual slowness brought on by the lower gravity and cumbersome suits. The pair headed toward a crater rim, where the light was best. One of them carried a Chinese flag, and the other a camera. Sophia judged the distance, and then got to her feet to move quickly to the lander. She went up the ladder like a spider, and once inside she had a few minutes to find something of near comparable weight and eject it, and then fold herself into the small space left behind. Then she had to do nothing but wait. She was an android, but inside her chassis she felt a burst of something she hadn't felt in years: excitement. And she wondered if Alex Hunter on Earth missed her as much as she missed him. Author's Notes. Many readers ask me about the background of my novels. Is the science real or imagined? Where do I get the situations, equipment, characters, and their expertise from, and just how much of it has a basis in fact? As a fiction writer, I certainly create things to support my stories. But mostly I'll do extensive research on the science behind my tale, and nearly always find something that fits. Regarding my novel, The Well of Hell, I begin my tale in ancient Yemen, because it is one of the oldest places in the world, with archaeological evidence of megalithic structures dating back to the Neolithic, 20,000 years ago. It is also the home of the eerie Well of Hell, a real site in the Al-Mahara Desert that is many millions of years old, and a place of countless legends. The city of Alonia, the great king Akhmezda and his son, and their ancient pyramids were all constructs from my own imagination. However, in relation to pyramids, even though the Egyptians claim theirs are the oldest, especially the pyramid of Djoser, which dates back more than 5,000 years, there are far older ones. And it is the architecture of the megastructure that is seen in many places all around the world, and all seeming to be of a similar design. It is almost as if someone taught these ancient peoples how to build them. Read on for more interesting facts that came out of my research. Regards, Greig Beck. Where are the oldest pyramids in the world? Just a few years ago, the Sudanese Minister of Information, Ahmed Bilal Othman, claimed that the Meroe pyramids of Sudan are 2,000 years older than Egypt's pyramids. Naturally, these claims stirred up outrage among Egyptians, particularly history experts. Zahi Hawass, the Egyptian former Minister of Antiquities, countered by asserting that their pyramids are the oldest, especially the Pyramid of Djoser, and Egypt has 132 pyramids, which are considered to be among the oldest in the history of mankind. Of course, there are other ancient pyramids, such as the beautiful Mayan pyramids in Mexico, and those megalithic structures were built 4,500 years ago, according to archaeological consensus. However, it might surprise you to learn that the oldest discovered pyramid in the world might have been constructed over 20,000 years ago. On the Indonesian island of Java, there is the Gunung Padang, recently discovered by a team of independent international researchers, led by Indonesian geologist Dr. Hilman Natawijaya. Many dispute this 20,000-year estimation date, but the growing consensus is that the base layer of the pyramid, layer 3, is at least 10,000 years old and possibly much older. If the researchers are indeed correct, Gunung Padang would be the most ancient man-made megastructure on Earth. Those civilizations that vanished. Civilization has a lifespan. Great races and their cities rise, flourish, and then wane and vanish completely, or are absorbed into other greater civilizations. There are tales dating back centuries of intrepid explorers trekking across inhospitable deserts or hacking through jungles to discover massive crumbling temples or buried chambers full of treasure that were once the royal vault or burial chamber of a king or queen. Some of the more famous and well-known vanishing civilizations are the Mayan, the Indus Valley Civilization, Easter Island, Catalhoyuk, Cahokia, Göbekli Tepe, Angkor, Nea, Nabda Playa, and the Turquoise Mountain in Afghanistan. Why did people abandon these once thriving cities? What brought them down? Sometimes the answer is known. In other cases, it is a mystery. But the Indus civilization was a model for parts of my story, and is a good example of the rise and mysterious fall of a great civilization. The Indus, also known as the Harappan civilization, was one of the largest in ancient history, covering parts of India, Pakistan, and Afghanistan, and containing as many as 5 million people. At its height, the Indus civilization boasted some of the world's most impressive architecture, among other achievements in science and the arts. But it disappeared approximately 3,000 years ago, almost overnight, for reasons not fully known. Like most of these fallen civilizations, all that remains is a few tumbled stones, broken pottery, and roads that only ghosts now travel on. The Saros period, predictor of eclipses. The Saros is a period of 223 synodic months, or just on 18 years, that can be used to predict eclipses of the sun and moon. After an eclipse, the sun, earth, and moon return to approximately the same relative geometry, a near straight line, and a nearly identical eclipse will occur in what is referred to as a Saros eclipse cycle. In this time, gravitational forces are exerted and extreme tidal effects are observed. The earliest discovered historical record of what is known as the Saros is by Babylonian astronomers. But it wasn't until 1686 that the name Saros was applied to the eclipse cycle by Edmund Halley, the English astronomer and mathematician who was the first to calculate the orbit of a comet later named after him. Interestingly, the Saros period of 223 lunar months was found hard-coded into the Antikythera mechanism, described as the oldest example of an analog computer used to predict astronomical positions and eclipses decades in advance, and was made around 150 to 100 BC in Greece. This Saros period number is one of a few inscriptions of the mechanism that are visible with an unaided eye. The Planet Killer Bomb. In my story, I refer to the HAWCs using a planet killer bomb called an MSB-136. This is a made-up device, and my MSB stands for murder-suicide bomb because that's what it would be. After all, why would you blow up the planet when it's the only one you've got? But there was a time when there was a push to develop bigger and bigger city killers, and the largest bomb detonated to date was on 30th of October, 1961. At that time, the biggest nuclear weapon ever constructed was set off over Novaya Zemlya Island in the Russian Arctic Sea. The Soviet Tsar Bomba had a yield of 50 megatons, or the power of around 3,800 Hiroshima bombs, all detonated simultaneously. Although the Tsar Bomba was detonated 2 miles above ground, a seismic shock wave equivalent to an earthquake of over 5.0 on the Richter scale was measured around the world. The mushroom cloud reached a height of 30 miles, and third-degree burns were possible at a distance of 100 miles. Thankfully, due to its immense size, the casing was as big as a Buick, it meant it could not be delivered via ballistic missile. It was therefore impractical for use as a military weapon, and thankfully, the project was mothballed. Belinda hopes you enjoyed the reading of The Well of Hell, Alex Hunter, Book 11, written by Greig Beck and read by Sean Mangan. Our audiobooks are becoming increasingly popular among travelers, families, and people who are on the go. If you really enjoyed listening to this audiobook, please introduce your friends and family to the experience. We're sure they'll love you for it. If you want to hear more about our fabulous range of titles, please visit us online at belinda.com. Thanks for listening, and remember to always take a Belinda audiobook with you. Text copyright Greig Beck 2022. Recording copyright Belinda Publishing 2022.
Audible hopes you've enjoyed this program.